pick up where we left off.
Gentlemen and ladies, we're now live.
All right, we're back from lunch at the Joint Appropriations Committee. We're a little bit behind. We left off with the Department of Education going through their budget, and I think we were on page 43.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trent Carroll here again. And I believe we had just wrapped up on page 43, and we were ready to move on to page 47. First
Okay.
unit in our 1300 division, unit 1303. And this is our Vision Outreach Services unit. We have a step 2 reduction amount of $70,690 in the 900 series contract services. And this reduction is for a contract with the state of Utah for the Talking Books program. Talking Books program provides blind and visually impaired individuals, as well as others with reading disabilities, equal access to library materials through audiobooks, audio magazines, braille books, large print books, braille and large print music, and a fully accessible web and app-based service for downloading those items. So, Mr. Chairman, we currently have contract funds encumbered for the entire 21-22 biennium, and the amount remaining in our standard budget after this reduction for this biennium in combination with the standard budget amount for next biennium, that assumes that it would still be there at that time, would be enough to get us through the majority, if not all, of the next biennium as well. So our goal with this reduction proposal is to find other funding that we can use to support this program, and we are currently exploring that. We are looking at specifically at the Montgomery Trust Fund that we manage, which is also intended to benefit Wyoming citizens with visual impairments. We've presented a question to our legal counsel to explore if that's feasible, and if specifically if we would need to make any changes in administrative rules to make that possible. We're also looking at potential federal sources, if there are any, where it would be appropriate, and started conversations with the State Library and the Wyoming County Library Association to see if they have any funds that they could contribute. So fortunately, we have some time to figure this out. We have funding secured for the next couple of years, and we will continue to work on other sources that could provide the funding we need for the contract with the state of Utah.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, this isn't on my list, but this is a comment. So we basically eliminate the 900 series, more or less. And your 200 series is not much. You're only granting in 600 series $20,000. So we have 6 personnel that are managing what?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question, Representative Summers. So this unit is our Vision Outreach Services unit, and the employees in those positions do quite a bit more than just the Talking Books program that we're talking about with regard to our step 2 reduction proposal. And, I would probably have to rely on some other folks to give you the specifics of all of their job responsibilities. But I know they work closely with our school districts, with K-12 students that have impairments. And we could get back to you with more information on what that entails. But I believe we have one position that spends a good portion of their time on the Talking Books, and then we have a couple of those other 6 positions that spend a small amount of time as well, including the supervisor over that team. And Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, the reduction to the 900 series is 50% of the standard budget amount.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, yeah.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Trent, I get it, but what happens if this whole budget were to go away? And this whole, and I'm nothing, I think it's a great service, but I just, when you get some information together, what does this do? Who does it outreach to? Is it duplicative in any other services provided in the state? And so we don't need it now, but sometime, let me know.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, happy to do that. I will tell you that the funding that you see here is used in our maintenance of financial support for our federal IDEA, special education. And so it is important in that regard. Now, the talking books is the one exception, because the talking books is primarily for clientele that are in the adult population. And so that would not be part of that IDEA MFS. But the position funding and the other funding that you see there in the 200 series is counted for MFS. Those positions support students with IEPs and in that 3 to 21 population that we report on for IDEA.
And so that begs the question, Mr. Chairman, what is your federal match requirement and how many units do you use that over? So just provide that as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, happy to do so.
All right, continue.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Representative Larson.
Thank you. So Trent, appreciate your clarifying the talking books thing. I probably had more calls on that than anything, or as much as anything on our budget reductions this year. And I think that their arguments is good, but I'm surprised, as you point out, the MOE for the IDEA funds, because my understanding is we have children that use this resource also for access to books and things as part of their K-12 learning experience. Is that not true? And if it is true, why can't that be calculated into that MOE portion?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Representative Larson, thank you for that question. You are correct that we do have some students who use the Talking Books program, and those costs would be eligible. The majority of the costs, from my understanding, is for adult clients, the majority of the folks using the program. And I don't have the specific breakdown on that, but it's most of the clientele that's using the program.
Okay, continue.
Okay.
Oh, wait, Representative Kenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very similar to Lloyd's comments, I've had probably the most communications on this as any other topics on the Department of Ed to this point. But and so thanks, Trent, for telling us what the scoop was and trying to keep that alive. And thanks for trying to look for some other sources going down the road. Greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, continue.
Okay. Next, we will move to page 50, Unit 1316, School Support and Early Intervention. In this unit, we have Step 2 and Step 3 proposals. The Step 2 proposal is a funding swap from general fund to federal TANF funds for an AWAC position, which reduces the general fund by $217,094. Governor has recommended approval of that transfer. We also have a Step 2 reduction of $147,300 in the 900 series. And these funds were for contract services that provided an early readiness assessment for schools with preschool programs. There was a change in statute during the 2019 session, which allowed us to phase out the contract that supported that assessment. Governor has recommended approval of that. The last. Go ahead.
Yes, please, Representative Walters.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. That swapping of funds from general funds to TANF funds, will that reduce the amount of dollars available in TANF grants or TANF funds going out the door to recipients?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Walters, thank you for that question. We don't expect that it will reduce the amount going out. We are allowed to use a portion of the funds that we receive from the Department of Family Services for administration of the program. And we plan to tap into that admin amount to support the payroll for this position.
Okay, and I've got a quick question. Is this a single position with a base salary of $176,000, or is this two positions?
Mr. Chairman, it is one position. That's a biennial amount for
Okay.
salary and benefits.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the last step 2 proposal we have here is a reduction of $7,970 to travel. Governor has approved that reduction. Okay, Mr. Chairman, if we're ready to move move on to the next.
Please.
Mr. Chairman.
Whoop, Representative Larson.
And I apologize. I'd just like to go back to that TANF component. So that funding for TANF comes to you through DFS, and then does Department of Ed make actual cash assistance, or how does that work in the Department of Education? How are those funds distributed out to the people in need? What programs?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, these funds go primarily to child development centers through grant agreements that we enact with each of the facilities that receives these funds.
Because you're the LEA, Mr. Chairman, or the SEA.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it's because we're the SEA, but we have early childhood involvement, and I think it made sense on that level to have us involved receiving the funds from DFS, and then working with the child development centers, as well as coordinating with our other early childhood efforts. I know the position that manages this program is involved in other early childhood activities as well. Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
The step 3 request that we have in this unit is the other side of the funding swap that we looked at in Unit 1231. It's the reduction of that comps manager position moving out of this unit. And then we have a funding swap proposed in this unit as well for an administrative assistant position, moving it out of this unit, and then moving it 50% to 2 federal programs, each program taking 50%. It's the Federal Perkins Career and Technical Education Program in Unit 1374 and the Federal USDA Program in Unit 1376. And we've been able to work out a plan where the administrative assistant involved would be able to support both of those programs, share time between the two, and reduce the general fund in this unit by $128,139. And so, Mr. Chairman, the next 3 items on our list are simply the other side of those transactions. So the position transfer to TANF, and then the position transfer 50% to those other 2. So I'm happy to walk through those on pages 57, 58.
Unless somebody wants, does somebody want him to drill down on that detail, or can we move on to page 55?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Same question as I had before, Trent, and that is, by moving these dollars over to federal dollars, will it reduce the amount that you're able to put out the door in those 2 federal programs? What are the negative impacts to the federal dollars being spent in this way? I guess another way to ask that.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Walters, we don't expect that it will reduce any of our grant payments that are going out to recipients. We will use our administrative funding to cover these costs.
And
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So Trent, as we look on page 54, this is more of that swap you made for general fund with school foundation. I assume this is part of that 800,000, isn't that correct? And then my second question is, if we don't make the swap and we just cut the general fund positions, or we cut half of them and leave you half, what will be the impact of that? And you might tell me that. That was kind of part of my question that you guys tried to answer in the write-up you sent me earlier, but I don't think it really got to it.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, your first question about the 184,747 that you see there for the the funding transfer. That is separate from the $884,000 for the school foundation program team. This is the comps manager position that I briefly described earlier in the presentation, moving the comps manager from this unit over to our accreditation team in the 1200 division. So it is separate from that. But to get to your other question about the impact of cutting half of the general fund positions that are proposed in that funding swap, I mean, that would be, to be blunt, that would be devastating. Each one of those positions has a full plate, and I just don't see how we could manage without every single one of those positions. It's a small team. They do an incredible amount of work. And if we were forced to cut more, it would not be there.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And
Please.
so Trent, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so Trent, I'd ask that you guys, if we don't do this swap, where would you want us to take the general fund cut? And so I'll just pose that back to you to contemplate. And so I want to get this in my head because I thought the total swap with school foundation was that 800 and some thousand. So is this 184,000 here on top of that? So are you adding even more school foundation into this, or is that a swap within 206 of another form? I missed it.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, this one is separate. And this one is simply a net to zero transfer. It's a decrease of general fund, an increase of school foundation program funds. It was proposed as an alignment request rather than a savings to state funding. And so this one is just a net to zero. The 884 is a true reduction to the general fund.
Okay, so then how much did you shift in your 206 budget? How much did you shift to school foundation total? Whether you shifted it from 205 or whether you just added more, I don't know what you did. I don't understand how you made this swap.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, and I apologize if I haven't explained it very well, but we have that 884,183. That's the school foundation program team. That one has a dollar for dollar decrease in agency 205, school foundation program funds. So that one is a net reduction to the general fund of the 884,183 without an increase to the school foundation program funds. And then we have this position that we're looking at right now. And this is a transfer from general fund to school foundation program funds. Does not have an offset. It's just a net to zero transfer between the two funds. So the total between those two is $1,068,930. But you have a decrease of 884,183 in agency 205, and we'll see that. It's the only item in agency 205. So really the net increase to school foundation program is 184,747. And there's a decrease of the same amount in the general fund, 184,747 for that same position.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm still slow on the uptake. So the 184,747 that is not swapped, how do you put it into your budget as school foundation? Where do you get that money? I mean, I get the swap, right? We got to swap out of 205 to 206. That makes sense. But now you're increasing school foundation dollars and decreasing general fund, but I don't understand how you can increase the school foundation dollars. What's your authority? Can you do that? Can you do a lot of that? I just don't understand that.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, I don't think that we have any authority other than bringing it as a request to you. And that's what this is. And certainly if you decided not to accept this proposal, it would not happen. But this was simply a proposal to better align the funding for that position with the program that it manages and with the other members on the team that it resides on now that do similar work.
Don, you were jumping in there.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Carroll responded to this. The department and any agency have not effectuated these transfers. These are a request to the legislature to authorize them.
Okay. And Mr. Carroll, if I may, you've referred a couple of times to, it was a request by JAC the last time that you better align, I guess, school foundation expenses with school foundation funds. I miss a lot, and so I don't recall that request. Was it a JAC? You're portraying it, JAC asked you to do this, to make these exchanges?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. So last year when we walked through the entire agency 205 budget and 206 budget unit by unit, there are several units where we have a general fund position and we have school foundation program dollars in that same unit that position is managing. And there are a couple of examples of that. And there were, I think, multiple members at the time of the committee that said, hey, can you explain to us why you have a mixed bag of general fund and school foundation dollars in these same budget units? And, you know, really I guess the only answer that I can provide is that that's how the funds were appropriated at the time that those positions were authorized, or at the time that those other line items in the budget were added. And so we were asked to review each one of those and you know, bring back any recommendations that we could come up with for better alignment. Now, of course, that was before, you know, this pandemic and all of these other changes to the budget.
Right.
But the two requests that you see for funding swaps, general fund and school foundation program funds, they go along with that request. We looked at everything closely over the interim. So like I said, this one is simply a net to zero change between the two sources. It's been in general fund for a long time. If it were to stay there, I don't see any harm in that. But we did want to at least bring it to the table.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Any questions on this before we move on?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, so Trent, once again, this here, if you have a different general fund cut that you would recommend in this unit other than eliminating this individual, this FTE, let me know.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman, Representative Summers will do.
next page.
So we are ready to move to page 57.
Okay,
And Mr. Chairman, you may be wondering here where the narrative page is, and I wondered the same thing. So we have a page that's missing in action here, but thankfully we've already reviewed this, what you see here depicted on the budget request summary table, which is the transfer of that AWAC from general funds in the unit we were just on into this TANF program budget.
all right, we can move on. Just don't let it happen again, Trent.
Yes, sir. Next one, Mr. Chairman, is on page 58. And this is the 50% of that administrative assistant position transferring into our federal CTE program. And we've talked about that one, Mr. Chairman. The next one is on page 61. It's the other half of that position moving into our USTA program. Governor has recommended approval of those proposals. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I mean, that's our agency 206, and I'm happy to answer any questions, or if there aren't any, we can move into agency 205.
Well, I've got
final, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon?
Mr. Chairman, I have one final.
Yep.
So, Mr. Chairman, and Trent, you know this by the sheet I gave you, but I also had reductions in unit 1327 and 1351. And so when you guys look over that, let me know. I believe each of those units, I would be eliminating one position. So kind of what are your school foundation dollars in those units? Where do they reside in the series? Is there a more appropriate place within those series to make those reductions? Thank you.
Trent, yes, please, Mr. Co-Chair, please.
And I don't know that the right word was the more appropriate, but alternative might be a better word, Howard. So what Trent, I'd like to know, just in general numbers, how much you move from general fund to SFP in these actions so that we can, it's just, you know, talk about from the fire to the frying pan to the fire. It's, so we have to come back here. And if we want, you know, it's just be a number nice to know, to see what we can do to help you perhaps, but also not further burden the SFP.
Trent, please, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a question for a newbie here. It's my understanding that the LISRA backs up the school foundation program account. So if we save some money on the general fund, that savings could go into LISRA, and then it could go in and backfill the school foundation program account. And so how is it that we're actually really reducing anything when we're just transferring positions around and around and around? Could you clear that up for me, because I just don't understand? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Steinmetz, I'll take a shot at that. And I may need some assistance from Don or someone else on some of it, but I would just go back to kind of where we started, which is the 884,183, which is the biggest chunk of the funding swap that we're talking about here. We have not increased the burden on the school foundation program with that change. We were able to save money on some other items, and we're going to talk about that in Agency 205. But we did not. That is not a net increase. We used existing funds to accomplish that swap. So we have a reduction to the general fund of 884,183 for those positions, and we used existing money to fund those same positions. We just essentially shifting between the Agency 205 and Agency 206 budgets. So the burden on the school foundation program has not changed with those positions. The 184,747 for that comps manager position, that one is a net to zero change between general fund and school foundation program funds. So I hope that answered your question a little bit in terms of the LSRA and the backstop and all of that. You know, I don't know that I can really speak to that as much. But you know, in terms of the impact from the proposals that we've put forward, that's kind of how I see it. I hope that helped answer your question. And Mr. Chairman, just to get back to Mr. Co-Chair's question about the net change here. So, you know, just to kind of run through it, the general fund reduction that we have for steps 2 and 3 is that the 2,644,747. A portion of that is added back in for the step 3 through the governor's recs for the step 3 portion for this biennium, and then the full amount we would see going forward. So that's about 15% reduction to our general fund. We do shift some of that to federal funds, $345,233. And then we have the funding swap that I just described, which is a net zero between the agencies. And then we have the funding swap of 184,747 within Agency 206. That one's also net zero. So that's, you know, I'm certainly able to provide more detail, Mr. Co-Chair, if you're looking for more information than that.
Thank you. I would ask also, and if it's in the narrative that we've been given, let me know. I don't want you to write a new memo, but Superintendent Balo opened by talking about the reductions that she's taken in the past, that the department's taken in the past. And if it's not written up in here, I'd appreciate just getting a brief write-up on that. I don't need more than one page. I can't absorb more than one page. That'd be plenty for me. But her plea was heartfelt, and I'd like to have more details on what the department has already borne in terms of cuts that may impair its mission. Anybody have anything else before we move on to school foundation program?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson, there you are. You're at the bottom of my screen. Sorry, I didn't see you.
And that's where I belong. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know, Trent, if this is for you, it might be for Mrs. Hamill, but I recall last year when we was doing budget hearings, we had some discussion on out-of-district placements for kids with IEPs that required that type of thing. And we talked about how districts got reimbursed in the costs they done. And it sounded to me like that there might be some effort to negotiate, much like DFS does, a cost for services with RTCs and PRTS and those types of services. Could one of you kind of fill me up on what, if any, further efforts been done on that to kind of unify that whole effort?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, I don't recall that that specific issue that you're describing. We certainly do have placements that occur at our RTCs and PRTFs. I don't know specifically what the conversation was around in terms of what those efforts would entail. So I might need a little more detail from you, and maybe we can chat a little bit later about that and try to get some information back over to you.
And would be glad to, Trent. The point was being that do we have one fee that we pay across the state for those facilities, or does each district negotiate a fee? And now if you go to DFS, they have one fee that they pay a daily rate, or however they do that. And the discussion was, if memory serves me correct, that perhaps that might be something the Department of Education would do to save funds in special education. Shelley, does that ring a bell to you, or am I hallucinating?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, I know that was touched upon in previous conversations. I think you're accurate in recounting that there seem to be different levels of billing for different services based on how a student might be placed at an RTC. I'm most familiar with the BOCES. So whether a district is a member district or not, if they move to place a child there or different things, that the price may reflect that member district's contribution, and so be a reduced daily rate or something along those lines. Trent will have to hop in here with me, I think, but I think that Navigant is the process by which we determine the daily rate that we're able to reimburse for when we look for placement for comp students. But school districts do work with those RTCs individually when they contract with them to take a student.
Well,
so I think
yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, to circle around to your original question, I don't believe that there's been any work completed or discussions had to try to unify those prices recently.
Maybe I could follow up with you and we'll carry on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're muted.
Anything else before we move on to school foundation program? Nope, move on to school foundation program, please. We've got 8 minutes. We've got 8 minutes to finish on schedule.
Okay,
Or
Mr.
get
Chairman,
back
I
on
think we
schedule.
can hit that target. All right, so Mr. Chairman, we can just jump to Agency 205, page 12. Unit 4702, this is our WISE implementation budget, and this is the only item in our request for Agency 205. Step 3 reduction of $884,183. It's the decrease that covers the change that we've talked about in Agency 206. This occurs in our maintenance agreements item in this budget, and we're able to decrease these funds through some efforts that we've been working on for quite a while now to really automate our data collection system and infrastructure for all the data that we collect from school districts. We were able to save several $100,000 the last time that we put some of our large contracts out for bid to support the the reporting platforms that we use. And we are working on some additional automation that would allow us to completely phase out one of the existing platforms, the legacy platforms, and through a combination of in-house support and expansion of another contract at a lower cost. So those are the changes that allow us to reduce the funding that you see there in the 200 series for maintenance agreements. Happy to answer any other questions on that one.
Questions from the committee? Questions from the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
So, Mr. Chairman, in my little sheet, I have an enormous cut to this unit. And so, you know, in your write-up to me, explain exactly how you use all the money that's budgeted for this unit. And so just part of that, I need to know, I want to see how it is all spent. Thank you.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Carroll, this may be slightly off topic, but in our local school district here for our central administration, there are 60 full-time equivalents, of which 16 are funded by the federal government and 44 are paid for by the district. Under the school funding model, we ought to have about 32. There are various reasons for having more than the funding model would allocate. And let me just say, the more I learn about K through 12 finance, the less I understand. Okay, my question is this. I think if you asked our central administration and our local school district, they would say that a lot of their time gets spent preparing a lot of mandatory reports that they then send off to the Wyoming Department of Education. Just in general, is there any room there to just sort of streamline the reporting process so that local school districts on admin can spend less than they do? So that's probably overly broad and maybe slightly off school foundation program finance directly, but it's a question I've got.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Stitt, that's a great question. And that really, I think, is what has been driving our efforts to automate the collection of data. You know, if there's really what we're trying to do here is create an infrastructure that will allow us to link directly to the student information systems and the other data information systems that school districts use to house all of their data. Because if we can link with those systems and pull the data that we need, it takes the manual reporting component out of the equation. And so that's really been the focus. You know, I guess a benefit of that is that we're also realizing some savings. But we know that the data reporting is a burden on school districts, and we're doing what we can to reduce that through automation. And we've made some great strides, and we're going to continue to work on it.
Okay, anything else before Superintendent Balo wraps up? All right, Jillian.
Mr. Chairman, again, thank you so much for the opportunity to present our budget to you. Thank you also for the wonderful questions and discussion and opportunity to follow up. I again will close with the concept of persistence, which all of you are displaying with your just continued attention to detail, and I thank you for aligning Wyoming's budget with our means. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's good to see. I'm glad the questions were wonderful. Some just more wonderful than others, I suppose. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. You as well, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Okay. Do we have Dan in the waiting room? Karen? My agenda shows Dan Noble, Director, Department of Revenue, followed by Christy Urick, CFO, followed by Christy Urick, CFO.
Mr. Chairman, Dan is in the room.
Okay. Dan is in the house. Mr. Noble, it's good to see you. How you doing today?
Doing great, Mr. Chairman.
Now on the agenda, your name is spelled Nobel.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Okay, it's Noble. It's Noble. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you've got your CFO with you. Is that right?
Actually, I'm going solo today because Christy is on her way to Cancun to celebrate her husband's 60th birthday.
Well, it's great of you to have those kind of enlightened HR policies that you're willing to go it alone. All right, the floor is yours. This is Department 011.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dan Noble. I'm the Director of the Department of Revenue. Appreciate you allowing me to appear before you today. These are kind of strange times. Obviously, COVID has had a very difficult impact on revenues for the state of Wyoming, and we have obviously been front and center in seeing some of the things that surprised us and some of the things that have scared us a bunch. I'll tell you. I think I'd start by talking about how we approach these budget reductions. And I'll read the Department of Revenue's mission. Our mission is the administration and collection of mineral and excise taxes, as well as the valuation of property and the wholesale distribution of alcohol beverages and enforcement of liquor laws for the ultimate benefit of Wyoming citizens. The agency envisions a customer-oriented, streamlined agency that minimizes regulatory burdens and maximizes compliance with applicable laws. The reason that I read that is because in the instructions that we were given as to how to approach our budget cuts, what we were hoping to do is to minimize the impact on our agency's missions. And I think we have approached it that way and tried to recognize that. Give you a little bit of background on our budget. The department's biennial budget is $227 million biennium, with about $202 million of that being a spending authority for the Liquor Division's enterprise fund. The remaining budget of $25,612,000 is largely personnel costs at $19,877,000 and supportive services at about $5.7 million. Staffing levels have declined over the past 20 years and now stand at 114. With the proposed budget reductions, the staffing will stand at 111 employees. The department collects approximately $1.6 billion in revenue and certifies another $626 million on an annual basis for state and local government. The cost of administration is approximately 1.4% of the revenue generated. Agencies comprised of 6 operating divisions: administration, administrative services, the excise tax division, mineral tax division, property tax division, and the liquor division. The proposed reductions for steps 2 and 3 were $1.8 million, $1,833,575 to be exact, and for step 3, $725,393. And if you like, I can start walking through each based on the priorities and the steps, if that's the way you'd like me to approach it, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we want you to go through each of the priorities page by page, skip ahead. So here, the way we've been doing it, Dan, is, for instance, here I think we jump ahead to probably page 12, which is your first step 2 reduction.
Okay.
And of course, at $2,600, use your materiality,
Okay.
the stuff that's really the big items.
Well, probably the best, let me walk through priority 1, step 2, and now that is on page 35
Okay.
of your document. And what that is the removal of the property tax refund program for year 2 of the biennium to the tune of $1 million. And the impact, obviously, for that is to eliminate a program for the relief for people that have specific income requirements and asset requirements, and people on fixed incomes, that sort of thing. The last year the program was funded, I believe I have the numbers for that, was just this last year. There were 1,587 applications, of which 1,411 were approved. The amount of dollars expended for this program year was $752,320 for an average of $533 per applicant. So the program itself was actually active this year. It, based on this budget cut, it will not be active next year. But the priority was to look for things, obviously, that are going to keep the mission of the Department of Revenue as whole as we possibly can make it, and that's why this option was considered. And I'll stand for any questions if anybody has on that specific item.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Noble, I think you know I have an attachment to this program, but you know, this was a legislatively approved program and appropriated, and it constitutes roughly 50% of your entire reduction. You consider not completely eliminating the program at any point and looking at other places to get reductions?
Well, I basically have two programs, and I did choose the other one as well. The TIPS training program for the liquor division was also chosen as a way to minimize impact on the mission of the agency, and that's why these two items were selected. If I were to remove these from that process and look elsewhere, I'd be looking at nothing but people. I mean, when you look at $1 million that's out there, and an agency that's probably 80% of its entire budget is associated with human resources, I have no place left to turn other than people. And then I would be damaging the ability of us to conduct the mission of the Department of Revenue at that point. And that's why it was chosen.
Okay. Anything else on the step 2 and step 3 property tax refund program savings? It's just an up and down vote. We've seesawed back and forth between getting rid of the program and putting more money into the program. Anything else on that before we circle back to page 12? All right, Dan, I've got a committee request that we go back to page 12 and step through each of the priority reductions.
Certainly. Mr. Chairman, this is a priority 4. It's the step 2 reduction, administration for out-of-state travel. Basically completely eliminates the travel budget for administration. I believe that we're still able to conduct our mission without it. As you know, the Zoom calls have allowed us to be participants in a lot of things that we never dreamed of having to do, but it has actually worked out pretty well in a lot of instances. So we could probably still be participants in a lot of those types of things. The step 3 budget is in-state travel. The recommendation was to eliminate it and then to attend meetings again by Zoom call. The governor, I believe, took half of that and set the funding at $2260 instead of the $4520 that was out there. But the idea was to allow us at least some in-state travel. And that's the program cuts for the administration division of the department. The next area. Certainly.
Representative Nicholas.
Thank you. Dan, going back to the property tax refund program, would you provide us just a quick synopsis? You can do it in writing, but when the program was created, how much has been spent, the number of participants over time, and the average payout over time, and then what reductions or increases we've made to it over time, just so when it comes to the floor, we'll be able to articulate and provide a history of it.
Certainly, I can provide that in writing. I do have a spreadsheet here that has the last 3 years that the program was funded. In 2015, the program was funded at $1 million per year or $2 million for the biennium. The amount of dollars refunded in 2015 was $999,000, an average payout of $431.38. The program was defunded in 2016 and 17 and was funded at a level of $625,000 in 2018. The average refund in that year for, let me see, 1,659 participants was $376.73. This year, it was 1,411 participants, an average refund of $533.18.
Do you know when it came into existence or how long has it existed?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that this is a program that has been around for a long time. I'll certainly get you the exact time frame, but at one point, I believe it was funded by the county and has been moved to the state. Seems to me that a long time ago, this was a refund program that was done on a county by county basis. And I will get you the exact information on it and when it was created, how it's evolved over the years, give you a synopsis of it.
Thank you.
Senator Guru.
Thank you. Director Noel, too, when you're compiling that list, if you compile a county by county breakdown, I noticed you sent us a list of the last 2 years of people who've gotten they've been using the program, but a county by county breakdown would be helpful.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Gru, I do have that information for you.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Please.
I've heard different things, Dan, about what's going on with the new software at the distribution center. Could you just give us a synopsis of what's going on, when it's going to get fixed?
Can I ask, are we to the liquor division yet? Could we maybe hold that until we get to the liquor division?
Sure.
Finish these cuts?
Mr. Chairman, I actually have a request when I get to the liquor division. So part of this entire review will be to describe the issues that are going on out there, both associated with the system and then the staffing out there as well. So I'll get to that when we get to the liquor division.
Okay, is that okay, Mr. Co-Chair? All right, so we left off with 12. We finished that up and we're now on to what, 15? Or did we do that one already?
No, we haven't done that one yet, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
The step 2 reduction in the streamlined sales tax project account was to remove about half of the travel related budget for out-of-state travel. I don't see that as being a problem because I'm not seeking any leadership positions in that. I'm the treasurer now, but that can be done remotely, so that's not a problem. The meetings are all live streamed, so there should be no problem with removing travel. The priority 3 was to remove the remainder of the travel to basically zero. There will be no out-of-state travel budget. And that's also possible by just attending these meetings on a virtual basis. It isn't really too much of a problem anymore other than meeting with and kind of networking with the other states, but it is possible to do it through Zoom. We've been doing it during the pandemic, and I think it's something we can continue. So that's really that budget reduction. Next is in administrative services. This is on page 18. The step 2 reduction is the removal of a position. And this is the position that was responsible for the property tax refund program, as well as when that program is not running, that person was also involved in the day-to-day deposits and processing returns and that sort of thing. So the loss of the position was generated by the loss of the program, obviously, but it is something where there will be a need to ensure that we can continue getting daily deposits out. in a timely fashion. I think that it's still doable, but there may be a day or two during the month when really heavy days of deposits where we may actually miss the deadline of getting it out by 2 p.m. for the treasurer's office. But that's where that position has gone. I seem to be missing.
Senator Guru.
Chairman, thank you. Director Noble. So, I'm sorry, I didn't follow that for a second. I stepped away. That position is currently filled and then going away, or just being repurposed?
Actually, the position is not. It is going away. The position number is going away. We were going to have to, as a level 2 or a step 2 reduction, we were going to have to do a reduction in force, but the lady had resigned to move back to Arizona, so we didn't have to deal with it. But it is a position that is going away.
Okay.
Okay.
Or did you have a follow-up, Senator Guru?
No, I think I got it.
Okay. All right.
Something
Page.
is a little off with my, let me see here. Step 3 COVID reductions.
I've got maintenance agreements on page 20 is next.
There we go. I think I got a page out of order here on my phone. Thank you. The next part of this is the step 3 COVID reductions for administration. And this is the information technology group. This is an $81,000 reduction in maintenance agreements. And this is associated with us converting from an old database, which we called Informix, to the SQL Server, and aligning all the platforms under the same database structure. It actually reduced the amount of costs associated with the actual managing of those databases. Informix is something that has been around for a lot of years, and what we need is under SQL, our existing staff at ETS is able to monitor it. They didn't have a person that was an Informix expert, but they do have a number of people that can handle the SQL component. So that is what was recommended there.
Representative Kinner has a question about Informix versus SQL.
Okay.
Right. No, it was, but thanks for mentioning that reduction in the ongoing fees there, Dan. But could you also, as you get into the other areas, talk about the maintenance agreements in those areas and maybe what you've been able to look at to find some reductions there?
Okay.
Okay. 23.
Yep. The next area to discuss is the excise tax division. The level 2 reduction is to remove out-of-state travel for the excise tax division. Again, these are travel items that we can handle remotely, and we intend to do so in the future. Don't see a need for it at this point, and considering the gravity of the situation we're facing, it's fine to get rid of it. The level 3 is the removal of a budget item which has basically been an item in most years has been reverted because of the fact that the costs associated with the vehicles that we're using is actually less than the amount that was budgeted for. We have retained it because of concerns about if increased fuel costs or something like that were to create a problem, we may run into some issues with being able to fund those permanently assigned vehicles through a biennium, but it has not been a problem up to this point, and we offered it up as a reduction. Another component is this is a step 3 level reduction, and this is the in-state travel for the excise tax division. It was reduced by $15,000. Our concern with doing this is the fact that we really struggle to get our field reps into the Cheyenne office in order to be able to do any sort of training with them, face-to-face meetings with their supervisors, those sorts of things. But we felt that these are things that we are now handling remotely anyway because of COVID, and we can probably continue that. The governor recommended, I believe, taking half of that this biennium, and the other half would be removed in the next biennium. Let me see here. The next item, this is a level 3, I believe. Yeah, level.
Go ahead, Representative Guru.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question, Director Noble. Just curiosity, nothing more. Page 26, item 210, miscellaneous. That's the first time I've seen that in all the budgets that I've done, miscellaneous item. I haven't seen one of those since I was a county commissioner. So I was just wondering if you could highlight that for me.
Which line item is that?
Page 26.
I got it.
Page 26, about halfway down the page, miscellaneous, $470. I think it's just been sitting there. I don't know that it's ever been even used because I'm not sure how you categorize something like that.
And neither. I just like I say, I haven't seen that for years.
Yep.
Okay, we left off at what, $50,000 in office supplies printing on 25?
That's correct. Mr. Chairman, what we looked at in making this reduction was to kind of figure out where we've been as it relates to office supplies in the past and how much has been reverted. We felt like this is something that we can afford a bit, and obviously the word of caution is the way things change with technology. We really don't know what our office supplies will look like depending on what types of printers we get. We currently, about half of the printers we have are full color printers. The other half are black and white, and those costs change dramatically when you go to color printers. It is I think it's doable, and that's why we put it out there. I think it's something that we can probably just monitor and make sure we don't overspend.
All right, any questions about office supplies before we move to mineral to excise tax division?
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So, Mr. Chairman, just a quick question, Dan, this Representative Summers. So in your 900 series, what is your largest contracts in your 900 series?
Under the 900 series right now, we have a $414,000 contract with Managed Business Solutions, and that is to, I believe what they've been doing is working on the statewide lodging tax. As far as the statewide lodging tax, and I think there's another, the municipal level tax bill that was contracted for out of those two bills. I think it was about 483,000, and I think we've spent a good share of that. Then we have Express Employment. That's with the Liquor Division. That's another fairly substantial contract, and it just became a really substantial contract. We went to the governor's office and asked for money to help fund that. There is also a very large, and it's not listed on here because I don't think it's actually on the budget itself. There is and this came out of the governor's office as one of the efficiency study items, was to fund a maintenance agreement with the Managed Business Solutions folks at about $2.7 million a biennium. And that is strictly for managing the ETS and MTS programs, mineral tax and the excise tax programs for the state. If you look at the front of the budget, when we talk about challenges, one of those challenges was losing all of the institutional knowledge that was out there that knew something about these two systems. Well, they're all gone. And Managed Business Solutions are the people that actually wrote the program. So that's why that program is out there. And it's not listed on here because I don't believe that it was in the budget itself. But it is a fairly large contract that we've received for doing that.
Representative Kenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dan, on the excise division series 200s, you have taken about 22%, I think, cuts there. But there's one that I'm curious, and I don't remember what it is actually. It's code 0204. It shows communication, $195,000.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kenner, I believe that is, excuse me, Representative Kenner, sorry. I believe that is actually postage. I don't know why why it comes up under communications, but it is actually postage. We send out an awful lot of mail over a 2-year period for tax returns that are mailed out versus and that actually has come down substantially over the years. At one point, it was close to $500,000 when I first came to work at the Department of Revenue. We were sending out mail to just almost everybody, and it has come off substantially.
Mineral Tax Division, page 27.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the step 2 reduction here is a position reduction in the Mineral Tax Division. This position was frozen as part of the governor's instructions and was slated for elimination. This is in the accounting section of the Mineral Tax Division, and it was viewed that we could probably move some of these duties to other areas. One of the concerns we have is that it'll probably, if not eliminate, but it will limit the amount that we can do as it relates to reconciliation of just any discrepancies in reporting between gross products and mineral severance tax. And that is a position that receives funding not only from the general fund, but also I believe a portion of this comes from federal funds from the Department of Transportation. That's why you look at there's about $47,908 that comes from other funds. The next reduction is to reduce in-state travel. Actually, it was eliminated. The governor limited it to a $2,500 reduction and moved the $2,500 deduction into the next biennium as well. The next item on the agenda is the property tax division on page 31. Level 2 reduction is a position reduction of $190,544. This is a member of the appraisal services division. The position was frozen when it became vacant, and we offered it up. It does impact the ability to meet with each of the assessors and audit them. We think we can probably do that by remote means anyway, but losing 17% of that staff is not going to come without some concessions being made on training and those sorts of things. We also reduced in-state travel as a step 3 reduction by $20,000. I believe the governor reduced that to 10. And under priority 9, we reduced licenses and registrations for training by $77,000. That took roughly half of that budget, and the governor reduced that, I believe, to $38,000, and we'll keep it at that level in the next biennium. That was his recommendation. Reducing training.
Senator Hicks.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, Dan, could we just back up to the page 31 on the position in the property tax division?
Certainly.
And so when I look at that, it shows salaries of $109,000 and benefits of $81,000.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain how we have a position that has that level of benefits?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just curious as to why these are so much higher than we see with all the other similar positions.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, when you're looking at an individual position number, the amount of benefits will vary based on the status of the individual. In other words, if you're talking about family coverage on insurance, it's more than double what it is for an individual. Retirement, depending on what is the level of funding is also higher as well. Workers' comp, depending on whether or not they are an employee that's going to be out and about, is more expensive than it is for an office an employee. These people are on the road, so they're on a higher workers' comp schedule. However, it is surprising that it's that high. I can tell you that.
Well, especially that, Mr. Chairman, if I may follow up.
Please, please.
Those numbers are biennialized, so we're looking at a $54,000 salary with a $91,000 or $41,000, and the benefits are almost as much as the salary. So I haven't seen one that has this disproportional in any other agency budgets that we've gone through. And as I understand, if it's a family of 6 with the family health insurance, it's going to be more expensive. This one caught my eye. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman?
Yeah, Kevin?
We'd be happy to dig into that position and get you the reconciliation information on there. But largely, when we see that relationship, it is the cafeteria plan selection that drives that variance. But we'll get you the statistics on it.
Okay, where were we, Dan?
I believe we were on licenses and registration, which is on page 32 at the bottom.
Representative Larson, did you have something, Representative Larson?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, please.
Please.
Dan, as we've visited with you in previous years, you've presented a pretty strong case on the historic knowledge, your institutional knowledge that you have in your staff, and the number of them approaching retirement age, the need to get new people trained, and the amount of work that your agency does to bring revenue back into the state. So we see these budget reductions, and I'm just wondering, if you look at these positions that you're going to remove, and you present again a good case on why you need them and the impacts that it will have, would you mind just putting those down in priority? Sure. Of most important to least important, so that we can continue to review that as we go through this process?
Mr. Chairman, you'd like me to do that in writing, or?
Yeah, if you just send something to Mr. Richards and he can share it with us, that'd be great.
Certainly.
Thank you. If it's not too much trouble.
Not at all.
Okay, where were we, Dan, before we circled back?
Okay, we were on page 32, the bottom, priority 9, and that is registrations. And what this is actually the training program that we provide to the county assessors. And the governor has, I believe, split this and put half of the reduction in this biennium and half of it in the next biennium. But what it really is designed to do is to provide training opportunities for our county assessors. They have a continuing education requirement that's very similar to what they have in the legal and the accounting professions. And this gives them the opportunity to do so. It will reduce the opportunities for as many classes as have been offered in the past, but we can probably deal with this as it relates to ongoing stuff, and we can provide some of that education on, with existing staff. So that's why we felt that it was doable, not ideal, but it is doable. And the governor basically cut that portion of it in half and moved the other half into the next biennium.
All right.
Okay. The next item, and this is priority number 10. The reason I placed it as not a priority I want to deal with is because this is the provision of computer hardware to the county assessors offices across the state. As the statewide CAMA system was put in place, one of the things that was done was that the state was basically purchasing the PCs and the servers to house the software for the CAMA system itself. And they have, since this happened about in 2006, we have been on a regular basis. As soon as something goes off warranty, we've been replacing those servers and PCs. What this will end up doing is basically moving that burden to the counties to fund that hardware.
Tell them to put it in SQL and move it to the cloud.
Mr. Chairman, surprisingly, the company that we do our CAMA system with, Harris Computers, has been investigating creating a cloud-based solution for that very product. And that way, you may have PCs, but you're not limited. You don't end up with the server farms that we've created. So it is something being discussed.
Okay, next is the property tax refund. We already covered that. Representative Kinner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dan, could you remind us on Lloyd's question a minute ago about putting something in writing? Were those positions already filled or were they vacant at the time?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kinner, 2 of them were vacant and were frozen. 1 of them was filled, but the person resigned before we had to go through the RIF process.
Okay.
And on top of that, that person was probationary employee, less than a year's service with the state.
Okay, and now I remember you did remind us that those positions were frozen, so thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
If we could turn to page 34, and that might be a good point to talk about those maintenance agreements, 0292.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the $1.8 million that you see here, okay, the maintenance agreements for the property tax division those maintenance agreements are for the CAMA system for the 23 counties that are out there. And this is something that has been out there since 2006 as well. Once we took over and started a single statewide CAMA system was put together, at that point, that maintenance agreement has been out there. My understanding that Harris, because of what happened with COVID, has foregone an increase, I believe, for the upcoming year, but that typically these agreements end up costing more rather than less, unfortunately, as time goes on. I mean, we typically see a 5% lift, and I think that's probably what bothers people the most, is that these things just get more and more expensive every year.
Well ahead of the rate of inflation. When does the maintenance cost for your orthogonal imagery software start hitting the books?
It already has, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the first flight is finishing up as we speak. I think they were flying Bighorn County this fall, and I believe that was about the last of it. My understanding that some of the counties are already making use of it. As a matter of fact, most of them are. Some of them have actually started turning on the, I think it's called a change finder tool. What it does is it looks at a comparison of what the image was 2 years ago, and it compares it to what they see now to look for new oil rigs, new buildings, anything like that, to make sure that we're capturing everything that should be on the rolls.
Representative Summers.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Kind of back to that maintenance agreement. And I realize going forward that it may inflate, but if that company said that they're going to provide you savings, my question is how much is left in that maintenance contract? And what is that savings? And can we realize that in this supplemental budget, realizing it's just one time and not ongoing? So is there money to be saved there? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, do you mean for the orthogonal, or are you talking about the maintenance agreement for the CAMA system?
So, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned that the CAMA system folks said because of COVID that they were going to reduce the costs of that program. That at least that was what I thought I heard. And we rarely hear that, so I usually hear that part.
Okay.
and so, Mr. Chairman, I realize that going forward, we might not be able to realize biennial savings, but is there a possibility that we could get some savings on this contract now and realize it in the supplemental budget?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I believe what they had basically said is they were going to freeze for this 1 year the increase associated with what it would be for the year, and I believe that's all that was being discussed. So it would be minimal at best, but it is a savings to be achieved. It isn't a lot of money. I mean, it's probably maybe $100,000. I don't know. I'd have to check to see exactly how much that money is. I can certainly get that for you. I can certainly see how much that savings was and provide it to the committee.
Okay. The next up is the property tax refund, which we already covered. So now we're on the much anticipated liquor division.
Okay.
And as you know, Dan, I know from my experience as mayor, you can do all kinds of great things on snow removal and street repair, getting jobs in your community. But when you start talking liquor,
Don't mess with my liquor.
you're in for some real discussions.
Definitely. Well, Mr. Chairman, first, I think probably we need to talk about the last, I think this is the last, step 2 reduction. Yeah, that's right. This is on page 40. And this is the TIPS training program, the alcohol server training program that's out there. It is up to this point has been funded at about $298,000 for the biennium. In order to meet a 10% reduction in step 2, we looked at this as something that is probably not affordable by the state at this point. It is something that has been provided in the past by the state at no cost to the retailers. But we looked at it and said, you know, there are alternatives for TIPS training out there. There's an online version of it as well. That costs about $40 per person to be involved in it. I think there's some discounts through the Wyoming State Liquor Association for their members. But you're looking at about $40 per person that is trained on the TIPS training program. What this would do by removing this from the budget would shift that burden to local retailers for paying for that training. And that's what this reduction represents. The reason I chose it is not because it's directly associated with the general fund, but the fact is it comes off of the profit that is generated by the state for the sale of liquor over that biennium.
Representative Schwartz, you have a question about TIPS training?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, you know, did you ever consider charging a fee to the 1,300 retailers?
Mr. Chairman, what we do with that contract, the $298,000 is to hire a contractor to come in and actually perform that. As a matter of fact, the Wyoming State Liquor Association, one of their, they worked on this contract with us, and they're the people that actually provide a good share of that training. Should it be charged? That's a possibility. I mean, that way and actually, when you look at what happens with the online training, that's exactly what it does. Is it just shifts that burden to the individuals that are going to be taking the training.
Other questions about TIPS before we get to the the booze software snafu?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So Dan, I really do appreciate this TIPS program, and I think it does help, you know, from what I've heard out in my communities. And so really all we're going to do is take away some of the tax we would have collected. So I guess it would result in a general fund it would shift more back onto the general fund because then we wouldn't realize as much in revenue. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, we would actually cut the expenses, which will allow us to realize more general fund revenue, actually. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I guess I'll be interested, Dan, have you engaged with the sheriffs and chiefs or any of the stakeholder groups about this? It was getting that tips training rolled out. You know, everybody talks about meth and they talk about black tar heroin, but still booze is the biggest killer. And the tips training is pretty damn important. You had any conversations with the stakeholders about it?
Mr. Chairman, I actually met with the Wyoming State Liquor Association to kind of let them know about, number one, because there's a contract we work with, and just explain to them the situation we're finding ourselves in, that you know, we've got to find a way to cut this budget. Now, if there are other ways of approaching it, you know, I'm certainly open to any of that. But I mean, we met with them and let them know what was coming. One of the things that's really difficult about this right now is that there's a number of municipalities in the state, and including Cheyenne, I believe, that require tips training prior to being able to serve alcohol, which means that there now is a mandate on retailers in those communities to fund the tips training for their employees.
Well, I'd appreciate if you could do a survey of which municipalities have adopted that. I know there's some tips training going on locally, and I don't know if the liquor dealers are doing it. I know there's some folks that are already tips training, that it's a train the trainer program. So
sure,
it might have been resolved, at least insofar as Sheridan. And so maybe this is an okay line out. Anything else on tips training?
That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just running a little math. So with 1,300 retailers for a $300,000 project, it's $230 a piece. Getting back to, I think, what Representative Swartz, would that be an unreasonable fee to charge to any of the retailers that want to use the program?
I don't know. Do you know how cheap those liquor retailers are? Oh, sorry, Senator Carew.
Actually, I do have a comment, Senator Kinski. Thank you. You know, a lot of in our county, we do pay for it. We actually do an in-house program with our local police, and do pay for it. So, you know, this is one of those ones I don't, you know, I think we're gonna have some talking around the state to see how this, you know, in what areas it gets funded, what areas it doesn't. This may be one that you're absolutely right, that could be taken over locally. Maybe there's some other ways to look at this. So, you know, this is, you know, but I know it's a tremendously important program. It helps the liquor dealer lower their costs because everyone who's involved in this gets a break on their insurance. And so that helps a lot, and it's just better for the community at large. So there's a big value in this. So
the other thing, Dan, I think that if you might check and see, there's so many online resources in addition to what you've got now, that if somebody can just log in, you know, and you know, you've seen how these continuing education things, every 20 minutes they show you a code. You have to be able to write the code down to prove you sat through the program, at least answer some questions. But most of these industries are so high turnover, they can't wait for a presentation of a program to be put on by the police or the liquor dealers. They got to get these people to work. And so an online option, you know, a 1 or 2 hour program, and more than one, just, you know, one from the National Association of Convenience Stores, one from the National Association of Liquor Retailers, that people, you know, that people can take advantage of, and that any one of those will be satisfactory. Maybe we work on getting some kind of uniform way of satisfying a tips training requirement so that every municipality doesn't have something different.
Well,
anything else on tips before we move on to Representative Co-Chair Nicholas's question?
Well, a beer tax would take care of that too.
When was the last time you raised the beer tax, Bob?
32.
1932. Yeah.
I have the bill draft.
All right, Bob, you had a question about software.
Yeah, Dan, I think you know the question. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, one of the things that came out of the
I don't know the question. What is the question?
Question is get an update on what has been transpiring with the change of software at the Liquor Commission and whether or not it's being resolved in terms of deliveries. And I don't really understand it, so I just like to know.
Okay.
What's going on.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I think I probably ought to preface this, but there are two issues out here, not just the system issue, but there are two issues that need to be resolved. I think we're working through one of them as best we can. Actually, we're trying to work through both of them as best we can, but the COVID crisis has created some really unintended consequences for Wyoming Liquor Division. I'm not sure anybody anticipated the growth that we experienced in the last 8 months. In fiscal year 2020, the Liquor Division was shipping 20,000 cases of product weekly. That included 3 months of the COVID crisis. As of today, the Liquor Division is now averaging 25,000 cases on a weekly basis. And to put this in real perspective, in 2013, we're shipping 13,000 cases on a weekly basis. The volume has almost doubled. In 2013, we had 40 full-time equivalent employees. Today, we have 41. So you got to recognize therein lies one of the problems. Liquor Division was also forced to move to another system this year because of the loss of our pick-to-voice vendor and some of the issues we were experiencing with the existing system. The rollout of the new system has been anything but smooth. I should say one thing. First of all, we did ship liquor the very first day the system was up. It was an interesting experience, I will say that. It has been difficult. There has been invoicing issues. As a matter of fact, we just met with a trucking company today to try to get a handle on why alcohol was arriving without invoices, and I think surprisingly it's not a system issue. It's actually our unfamiliarity with the system itself. We have people that are getting stopped in the middle of printing out manifests and invoices, and then they don't end up at the shipping company, so they arrive without them, and then you've got a train wreck because you've got people calling wanting their invoices. Understood. So certainly understand that. There have been issues with the ordering system. First of all, unfamiliarity with it, and I think we can certainly take some of the blame for that because, quite frankly, we didn't roll it out in enough time for people to really understand how to order on the new system. Certainly something that we can certainly take the blame for. Has the system itself had some kind of weird quirks? Yes. What I will say is that the vendor that we're working with has been very diligent about making changes. They are trying to work with us even on things that are really beyond their control. On our old system, we had a manual process for processing special orders. The new system, if we ever get to the point where everything is ordered on the new system and received on the new system, it will streamline that process a great bit. But as it stands today, when we went from the old system to the new system, the conversion of the special orders that were ordered on the old system did not convert well because of the fact that when we received inventory on the old system, it never really existed on the system. It was treated like a drop shipment. On the new system, it is in fact inventory that's sitting in your warehouse, and it did not convert because of that. They are working on ways to try to fix that so that we don't have to go through and manually create purchase orders and invoices associated with that old product. What we've done to try to alleviate that is to work the problem from both ends. We are, any product that came in that was ordered on the new system, which is called Encompass, we work that from one end, have a receiving crew work that, and then we are also having another crew work on the old product. Those are huge issues for us right now because there's a lot of inventory sitting out there that has been sitting on our docks way too long, and we need to get it out. But that's not a system issue. That is a manpower issue, and it's been a problem for us for some months. I requested and received an increase in the amount of our express services contract, which is our temporary services. One of the things that we do is we have warehouse staff, and I believe it's 19 warehouse staff. And we have been asking for a total of 23 employees from the temporary services in order to deal with this problem. We have, to this date, not been able to get enough people to fill that. You couple that with COVID and all of the things that have been going on with COVID. We had the warehouse shut down for a day, then we had internet problems for 2 days. Those are days when you can't ship product. And in order to get those orders out, we ended up working through the weekend and working Veterans Day to get those products out. So there's two different issues here. One of them is associated with the system, and one of them is associated with the fact that we just don't have enough people to get this product out the door based on the volume that we have. In 2006, we sold $61 million worth of product. This last year, before this debacle, we sold 130 million. Profit.
Co-chair Nicholas, follow up.
Well, my understanding is that Representative Olson will work for food.
We
Dan,
have pizza out
Dan,
at the warehouse.
Dan, you think you got a problem? It's 25% surge in booze demand because of the pandemic. Think of all the people that aren't getting your product.
Yeah.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, Director Noble, if I understood you correctly, it sounds like you're saying that the liquor division has had substantial increase in the volume in the past 7 or 14 years. And my question is, how is that really possible? I mean, our population hasn't really gone up much. Where's the liquor going? I mean, is this the per person consumption going up that much? I don't understand where the alcohol is going, because you're the only place anyone can buy it, right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, I would love to say that it is. We've got some enterprising young people that are engaged in drinking more, but I don't think that's it either. I think price is part of the issue. Prices obviously go up as well, but the real indicator on how much more you're selling is really not even price. It's the number of cases that you get out the door. And yes, the volume has gone up substantially. Tourism can account for a lot of that. The premiumization, and this is something that's going on across the entire country, the premiumization of the product is going up. We are selling a lot more, I guess I'd call them boutique wines, things that, we're selling wines that are $150 a bottle. I mean, that kind of stuff is, I mean, I've been out in the warehouse and walked past the bottles and you can tell anything that's sold in a wooden crate, that's expensive product. And there's a bunch of it out there. Those are the kinds of things that we're seeing is a huge increase in not only volume, but also the amount of profit that is being generated, almost triple since 2006.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dan, you and I have been working on this for a while. We have a group of retailers that have been meeting weekly trying to get this solved. And I haven't asked this question in front of that group, but I want to ask it today. Encompass. I'm sorry, but from my experience I've had in the 5 weeks in this, since this crisis, and actually this has been going on since the system rolled out, what I'm dying to ask you and don't understand and just really having a hard time with it. You have been working in this outfit for an awful long time. You work inside the industry and well known inside it. Why in the world did we reinvent the wheel with this system? Why couldn't we gone to another state that uses the exact same issues, the exact same warehouse system, and say, can we get your system? But it seems like we've gotten a system now that has never been used before for this type of activity that I've seen. And if it is, then it's even worse because it has, I mean, with the problems that we're having, people are getting product without invoices, invoices without product. And the whole thing is just, I mean, this has been a disaster is not an overstatement in my.
And I'll piggyback onto that, Dan. Not only why did we pick this software, but why did we even change software at all?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, one of the things that that happened about, I guess it was about 3 years ago, is that the pick-to-voice vendor that we use is a company called Datria. Okay. And that company is, Datria is, they were kind of a small individually owned company. They were purchased by Honeywell at that point, and Honeywell stopped support for the product. They said that as of this date, the product is no longer going to be available. You're going to have to buy Honeywell's product. In addition to that, we were experiencing trouble with the Epicor system, which was the old system that we were on. People were not, you know, when they'd order on the eLiquor site, they were not getting their orders processed because it went out into la la land. We were bumping the server 2 and 3 times a day. That's 15 to 20 minutes each time you have to bump the server, meaning you're just rebooting it like you did in DOS, only it takes a lot longer when you're talking about an enterprise level system. So there's 15 to 20 minutes out of a warehouse's ability to pick orders that is gone just because of you having system related issues. And these are things that the Wyoming Liquor Association and all of the retailers were aware of because they've been experiencing it. And some of the people on that task force know darn good and well that this was an issue, even back then. So we were going to this new system. We started looking at it over a year ago. We've been working with those people ever since. They have 650 vendors across the country. As a matter of fact, there's 2 of them in Cheyenne that use this product, okay? 2 of the beer distributors in Cheyenne use it. And one of the largest vendors in Atlanta, as far as liquors, United out of Atlanta uses it. They have over 1,000 customers. They do special orders. They do all of this. What created a problem for the state when we went to this system was associated with how unique the system was that we were on before. Not necessarily how unique this system is, but how unique the system we were on before is. When we converted the special order files and our customer files from Epicor to Encompass, sometimes it didn't come across cleanly. And that was not necessarily a system related issue. It is the fact that product never existed on the Epicor system, and we worked our way around it in order to make it work for us.
And Dan, just let me, did you not run the systems in parallel to test? Did you not spot check the data? How is it you didn't know that crosswalk didn't work before you pulled the operations switch in the conversion?
Well, here's what was happening. This was supposed to happen in April of this year. We were supposed to go live in April of this year. We had been testing this system all along. People have been working through it all along. We get to March, and everybody knows everything was on hold. Well, in the midst of that, I lose 2 project managers to retirement. I end up losing Scott Shepard to a serious illness. He was our IT guy at the liquor division. And so we come up on August. I lose the administrator because he retired, but we still had a September 30th deadline to get a system up and running because we were losing support on our pick-to-voice system at that point. And the issue wasn't going away. It had to be resolved. These guys felt comfortable with it when we went with it. And to tell you the truth, I've visited with 2 other states that have gone on enterprise level systems. And I just got off the phone, I believe it was day before yesterday, with Utah. And I described the issues we're facing. They faced them as well. And they said it took them 6 months to get it, to where people felt comfortable with it, and about a year to totally have everything on board.
Well, that degree of due diligence should have been done before the project implementation then. Just to conclude that because a retailer in Atlanta uses it successfully and a beer wholesaler in Cheyenne uses it successfully, then after the implementation gets bollocksed up, you make calls to other state governments using it and find out the problems they went through. You should have known that a year ago.
Well, I made those calls, Mr. Chairman, because of the fact that I was asked to by the task force. They wanted a plan B to how do we get off of Encompass because they don't like the system. I was asked, okay, what is plan B? And I said, well, we can take a look at what plan B would look like if we had to go back to the system. But the fact is, these systems, this is being worked on as we speak. These guys are working this from both ends as well. They are hosting seminars and webinars on the order entry system so that people can understand it and get more familiar with it. They are working with us to try to streamline even the old order process at the same time. Invoices, like I said, I spoke with a trucking company today, and they're saying they feel that things are starting to settle down on their end of it as well. Now,
Hey, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dan, you and I have had a few conversations and appreciate your responding back to us. And what I'm trying to figure out is, you know, in earlier conversations, you had made a prediction that, I think 2 or 3 weeks from that time, that you thought that we would have all the wheels greased and she'd be sliding along there pretty well. I think we're significantly past that time. And so my bottom line question, because this, we've got people in here in Fremont County that's their living, and they're saying we're coming in the holiday season. We've missed our order for specialty liquors. We've missed, and we've got wholesalers calling us and telling us that things are a mess. And of course, we understand that. So it's really having an economic impact here. And so the bottom line is, when will this be fixed? Well, I'll let you answer that. And then the other part is I'm hearing is a communication thing between the folks, the liquor sales and Department of Revenue. Now, if you could shed some light on that, if you think that that's an actual a valid claim and what we can do to rectify that, because that goes a long ways to settling the angst that's out there, or some suggestions for us to tell our constituents on how to do that. But the most important thing is, when is this thing going to be fixed, and have we lost this holiday season?
Okay, well, here's the thing, and I hope people understand this. There are two problems here. There's not one. Okay, this is the system issue did not create the backlog as it relates to special orders. It had nothing to do with that issue. That was strictly not having the human capital necessary to deal with the increase in sales volume that is out there and try to get the special orders out. What people don't understand is that we've gone from I believe 13,000 special orders a year to almost 60,000. Okay, and we got blindsided by special orders hitting the warehouse door and not having the people to get them out. So that is one problem, and that's one I want to address today with you folks as well. The other problem is associated with the system that I will say we didn't do a very good job of getting people used to the order entry component of it before we got it started. Are there issues with it? Yes. And are they getting resolved? Yes. I think one of the things that is amazing to me about this process and this system, and I'd love to have people come out and kind of actually see what it does and see, how we approach it. But as I understand it, the issue that you're faced with a gentleman that has been talking to you is associated with special orders that were behind before we ever started going on this system. That issue has to be resolved with human capital. I made one attempt to do that by going to the governor's office and asking for a B11 to increase my spending authority in our temporary services account. We upped that by almost double, $500,000, and raised the rate that we would pay on for temporary services to try to be competitive with Lowe's and Walmart and the other warehousing state companies in Cheyenne. And I'm still losing people to them. And then of course I've got people out on COVID. So I have never been staffed at the level that I needed to be for a variety of reasons. Now, are we trying to figure out how to approach this and do an all hands on deck? I got purchasing people out there trying to get special orders out the door. I've got the warehouse manager spending weekends there trying to get specials out the door. It isn't like we don't understand the problem. We're trying to find a solution for it. I'm going to ask you for money. That's what I'm here for today, is to ask you for money. I need people.
Anything else, Representative Larson?
Well, and I guess that was going to be my follow-up question, is what can we do to help and explain to us, and Kevin, get on board here, because this is revenue to the state. This is an economic impact, and it's Christmas cheer, from what I understand. And so what can we do to help,
Well, we can't give him money now. I mean, we're not in till January. He should have the problem resolved before Christmas. So I don't know where that's going to be much help. What are you going to do, Kevin? Fix
Mr.
this?
Chairman, we can bring special revenue up with the B11. We've had those conversations. We've already assisted the Department of Revenue in that environment. And when Dan called me the day and asked me about that, I said, let's get going. Let's move. Let's continue to move. Let's do what we can do. It is a significant amount of money, and because of COVID, they're just, it's going wild. But yeah, let's get it done.
Dan made it sound as though that he previously applied for B11 and the governor denied it. Did the governor deny a previous B11?
No.
No, the governor,
Okay.
he approved that. No, he was
Okay.
And asked Governor. I don't want to belabor this, but I just have to say it. Okay, I'm willing to accept Director Noble's premise that there's two problems. So basically what we got is we just have to find out how to run a 20-person warehouse, which I'm sorry, is not the greatest lift this state's ever achieved. If we commit this state to that, I think we can probably get that one fixed by tomorrow. I have a great deal of faith in the people that run this state. So I think we can do that. And so then the rest of it is the system. And I can say I've had to learn more about this, and I've had a crash course in this in the last 5 weeks. And I can tell you the toughest thing about it is that I have a lot of people that I know in the restaurant business who are really hurting because of COVID-19. They can't get business, that are going to go out of business. This problem is a problem, what I call a happy problem. We got more people wanting to buy the damn product than you can shake a stick at. We just can't get it to them. This is a special, and with people who are trying to do it are, as Representative Larson said, are going out of business because they can't take advantage of this really optimal environment. And that one drives you a special kind of crazy. And that's why these folks are very, very frustrated. So what I'm hearing is we got to run a 20-person warehouse, and we got to get the system fixed. And this can be done very, very easily and very quickly, I believe.
Representative Walters.
Director Noble, would it be helpful if this committee came to the warehouse and packed boxes for you this weekend?
We're on our way.
Mr. Chairman, all hands on deck.
Senator Hicks. So I've got a question for you, Dan. Is there plan B? Is there a private sector solution here? My understanding is that a liquor dealer can order from anybody, any product, have it shipped in, and then they just send you a check for the 17% margin that the state's entitled to.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that can't currently happen. It happens with wine, but it does not happen. Does not happen with spirits. Could it happen? That's a legislative prerogative. But one of the things you got to understand is when you ship, let's just say you only want 10 cases of a product. When you ship 10 cases of a product, it's exceptionally expensive because of the freight associated with that. Whereas what we do when we special order product for our retailers is we consolidate trucks in order to, and we have a company out on the West Coast that actually consolidates on the wine side, and on the East Coast for the spirit side, they consolidate trucks, wait till they have a full truck to actually come out, and then we minimize the amount of shipping costs and create a better price for their product. Now, can they do it? If they can afford a truck, sure. And there's
Okay, so I got one observation and one question. If I were a retailer, I'd rather pay more for a product than I can get than less for a product that is never going to ship out of Cheyenne. That's just my observation. But second, the prohibition against you can order wine and just pay the 17% on liquors. Is that a statutory prohibition?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. That's a statutory prohibition.
Do you have the ability to promulgate an emergency regulation of some kind to work around that?
You can't create a regulation that goes against the statutes that's already out there.
Yeah, that would be over our dead bodies.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to take a look at the statute. Send me the statutory citation if you could, Dan.
Certainly.
Representative Kinner.
Thank you. And not to belabor the whole thing, but when I heard COVID and volume and all that, is there some COVID dollars that can be thrown at this to help? I mean, I know we only have like 2 weeks left, but maybe that's a question for Kevin. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I think that would be difficult. Let's focus on the easy path, the special revenue that if we get this thing right, we'll be collecting more of. I think time is of the essence.
Okay, Dan, I've got a question other than the warehouse, but I want to make sure that everybody's got their warehouse and software questions asked.
Okay.
It's enough to drive you to drink thinking about this stuff.
Mr. Chairman, it has driven me to at least a lot of sleepless nights, I can tell you that.
So I had a conversation with somebody at a city who their lament was one familiar to me going back over a decade when I was mayor, which is they said, we're supposed to tell the liquor retailers how to enforce the law, and we're supposed to tell them how the rooms are, the establishments are to be laid out. And then somebody from Cheyenne comes through and gives them a contrary interpretation. And they said, we'd either like for Cheyenne to do it or let us do it. And I think WHAM, it's one of their priorities is going to be somebody be in charge, but only have one boss. Either let the cities do it or let Cheyenne do it. If the cities were delegated and not second guessed by Cheyenne, how many revenue agents fewer would you need, and how much money then could be reverted to the general fund? I don't see why we're doing a double layer bureaucracy on liquor enforcement and regulation.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I assume that the licensing authority is out there, and I guess I'm kind of curious about that, because quite frankly, we work really closely with the municipalities as it relates to licensing. They even ask us, okay, are there issues out there that we need to know about prior to renewal associated with this, this particular entity? We get an awful lot of discussion about that, and I think it's a communication issue. If there's a concern about variances of opinion as it relates to what a build out should look like, we need to know that. I mean, there's a way around that just by communicating.
So you wouldn't be interested in letting the cities handle it then?
Mr. Chairman, that is really up to the legislature to decide. If they don't want the enforcement side of it from our perspective, or the regulatory side of it, that's really between the legislature and local government. It's something that I think is effective, because we have 2 agents that go around the state and are required by statute to do 2 inspections a year. And I guess it would seem to me that if they communicated with the local governments there shouldn't be any real miscommunication about what a build out should look like and what it shouldn't. And quite frankly, a lot of that issue about what the the dispensing rooms and stuff like that is going away with some of the legislation that's been proposed anyway.
So if WHAM comes forward with a bill to decentralize that to the cities and towns, your department would not be opposed to that?
I mean, let's put it this way. Is it something that is the legislature wishes to do that? We really have no opinion on it. Obviously, we've been tasked with doing it. If you choose that there's a better way of doing it, then that's fine with us. But I mean, that's now having to look at how our regulatory structure would change is something else we'd have to look at. I'm not sure how that would look. We certainly could look into it, though.
Okay. Does the liquor division, does that finish us up there on liquor? Does that finish your department? We done?
It does, but I have a request. And it's associated with what I need. The fact is, right now, what we have been asking for and have not been able to get, and it's not because of anybody's, I mean, it's nobody's fault, okay? We have been trying to get the people that we need to get out into the warehouse and get this stuff out the door. I have made requests for 24 employees from the temporary services, and I have yet to be able to fill that quota. We typically operate with around 14 or 15, depending on the time of year. And one of the reasons that we use temporary services is to make sure that we have the ability to handle fluctuations in volume.
So but we've heard that. What do you want us to do about it? We're not in session.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is, and I want you to be aware of it, I wanted to create an emergency request, and I don't know that you guys can do anything with it, but I want it to be on the table. I need 10 employees. Actually, I need 11 counting the purchasing manager, because her volume has increased so much that we need that as well.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Kevin, yeah.
There's a provision that the governor can create AWAC positions. And once he does those, and then if we intend to keep those across the biennium, we have to bring those to you in the next legislative session. So my recommendation to Dan would be, let's proceed in that fashion. Naturally, it's going to be the governor's decision, but we can do that through the tools that we have.
Okay, thank you. Senator Guru, you had your hand up.
Yeah. We're just about done with this, I know, and so I don't want to belabor, like say, too much longer. And I do want to say, part of the rest of the problem with this, and what makes this so dang vexing for everybody involved, is because the Wyoming Liquor Division up to now has been the gold standard in being able to do its job. And that's what makes us so really, really frustrating, because as someone who's a vendor, and I have licenses in 3 different states, so I can tell you, ordering from the Wyoming Liquor Division up until the last, a few months has been the simplest by far of any state I deal with. And now all of a sudden it's the hardest, and it makes it just, like I say, particularly vexing. And as far as more employees, I don't think this group, at least since I've been here, has ever turned down a request from the Department of Revenue for any employees. It has not turned down one. It's the only department that we've added employees to every time we've been asked that I can recall. And so I'm not afraid to do it again, but I got to see a system that works before I vote for an employee for anything. And like I say, I'll jump in the car down and go down and volunteer. But as far as before hiring, I want to see a system that works. Thank you.
All right, Kevin, we're belabor
Yes,
is the word of the day. Do you want to belabor it before one more time?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make certain that you understand that we can address this through that provision I talked about with the AWAC. And then for the long term, it will go to the legislature for the long-term approval. So if it blows up, you'll have a chance to turn it back.
Okay, got it.
We all
Anything
vote
else?
in favor, Kevin. How about it? Dan?
All right.
AWAC.
Yeah. All right. And I don't think there's anything else for Dan. Everybody ready for a break before we bring on Department of Border Parole?
Dan, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Merry Christmas, Dan. Go load out some booze. The physical exercise will do you good.
I'm headed that way.
You're
Take
good
care.
guy. Thank you.
All right. Let's take our 15-minute break. It's We'll be back at 10 till. It'll be a 10-minute break. Back at 10 till.
Okay, we're tied with the House for members on. Just wanted to say that real quick.
You know, we didn't get snow like some other parts of the state, but it was fascinating because it was cold below freezing and we had a fog set in, so we ended up with hoarfrost over all the trees and the bushes. It was just it's really beautiful. It's a beautiful looking landscape to see the sunrise in.
It looks like it's going to start snowing here any minute.
Where are you, Senator? I didn't see that downtown.
It was up here in Mountain View. It was.
Ah, the high rent district.
Up
Up on the hill, looking down at all of us poor folks. Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, you are 10 degrees. You are 10 degrees warm, colder down there. Actually, you should have been cooler than up here on the hill.
No moisture.
Oh.
So that is all your neighbors in on this tax program. I'm going to have to look. Now, oh my God, there's your name there, Senator. Just kidding. All right.
And over here on my laptop, Mark, my screensaver is kicking through photos of backpacking and boat trips with my wife. Oh, Don, you raise your hand, please.
Mr. Chairman, just other than the noon recess, all of the breaks continue to be streamed on YouTube, just as an FYI.
Okay.
And give them a show.
Mr. Chairman, that's why you'll notice the House hasn't spoken up and the Senate's chattering on and on.
They got to watch me eat crackers.
We like to keep our audience riveted.
Yeah, Karen, do we have the Board of Parole and I presume is the Board of Parole and the DOC going to just be let in at the same time? Does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, that is at your preference. We do have a couple people from both here, but I do know that Mr. Causey is here specifically for the Board of Parole. The Department of Corrections, their director is not here as yet, but I do expect him momentarily.
Okay, I'd just go ahead and let him in so that we can roll right from BOP to DOC.
All right.
Seamlessly.
So when he shows up, I'll definitely get him in the room.
Okay, I think we've got enough folks to get started. Mr. Causey, is that how you pronounce it? Casey, Causey at the bat? You're muted.
There I go. Sorry, I thought I was joined unmuted, so my apologies. It is Causey, yes, sir.
Causey, okay. And then I see a Wiggins. Is Wiggins with you?
No, sir. Jeffy Wiggins is an administrator with the Department of Corrections.
Okay. Well, go ahead and step us through Department 081, Board of Parole.
Well, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm Mike Causey. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Board of Parole. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you and discuss what our budget looks like. As noted in our statement of the agency, the board, of course, is designed to conduct fair and impartial hearings with public safety, victim representation and safety, as well as the rehabilitation and control of offenders in mind. So we work with our partners that largely includes the Department of Corrections, but also law enforcement agencies in this state and around the country to achieve those goals. And with regard to offenders, one of the things that we've always tried to insist upon is that offenders get as much programming and as much treatment, if you will, rehabilitation inside facilities. So that's one of the priorities, of course, the board has always tried to focus on. And of course, the board also has looked at recognizing that with regard to offenders, you've got folks that the longer you serve in prison, the less likely it is that you're going to achieve really good results. So we're trying to balance these things in mind. So with that, you can look at the board as both a life-saving and a cost-saving mechanism for the state. And so prior to COVID, one of the things that we had done was to try to reduce the inmate population by, of course, focusing on what sorts of options we had, not only in pre-release, but also in revocating folks who basically messed up on their parole. We took some initiatives in that regard. We also had House Bill 53 initiatives that were developed by the legislature with the Council of State Governments and DOC. And those actions seem to be working pretty well. Unfortunately, then came COVID, and COVID has kind of complicated all of our efforts. Essentially, what we've had is most of our hearings, pretty much all of our hearings since last March, April, have been conducted via video conferencing. The great thing that happened there was many of our board computers, for example, were quite old. We had computers that were 9, 10, 12 years old. So some of the technology had to be replaced. We had other issues that, of course, popped up. But of course, not being able to travel and to go inside facilities, we had to seek other options. What we've also noticed is that as a result of our increase in video hearings, etc., we've noticed an increase, if you will, in some other issues that have popped up. And so essentially what we've done, if you look at our budget, we have tried to minimize the budget while also not cutting any one thing that would essentially render our operations ineffective. If you look at step 2 reductions, what you'll notice is that we have cut all of our out-of-state travel, a good chunk of our in-state travel. One of the questions that I was asked, I believe, by Senator Bebout before last session was, what's our primary mechanism of travel? That really was a permanently assigned vehicle. It's much more cost effective for us to utilize the state managed vehicles through A&I. And so we're going to use that to the extent that we can resume travel in the near future. We cut our supplies budget. We cut our hardware budget. During the last session, one of the things that we had specifically asked for was the ability to replace those computers in case we ever did have to use those computers for meetings or for other purposes. Unfortunately, that was also one of the things that we had to cut. We procured some additional fundings. Specifically, we joined in on a grant with the Department of Corrections that has allowed us to purchase new computers for that very reason. Another thing that we had asked the legislature for was for an increase, if you will, in the funding for our board assistant position. That particular position is kind of a backup to our board secretary. They perform a lot of behind the scenes sorts of things for our agency. And we were trying to make that a full-time paid position. Previously, it had been a half-time or part-time paid position. We wanted to increase that, of course, for the step 2 reductions, we reduced that amount. If you go to our step 3 reductions, we've further cut to both our travel, and particularly that's our in-state travel, because all out-of-state was cut on step 2. And if you look at the position that we had for our board assistant, we've reduced that to effectively 0. So we're going to lose that position. And unfortunately, what effect that's had is it's kind of hard to determine at this point in time. The reason being is most of the data that the board collects in an effort to determine how good or how well it's performing, what sorts of changes it has to make, is data that relies upon a 3-year spread, if you will. We have to get offenders out. We determine based on a 3-year period from when they're released, how well they're doing. We simply haven't had the time to determine this. With that said, we do believe that returning to in-person hearings is going to be our best long-term option or viability, if you will, for long-term parole success. And part of the reason why that is just the historical data that we've had. When we've met in person with offenders, many of the offenders, of course, think meeting in person kind of, 1, makes them think about the consequences of their action, and 2, also makes them in some ways look the board in the eye and say, yes, we're going to do the things that we need to do. Without having that sort of interaction, we're anticipating that we're going to see a lot more revocations and those sorts of things. With all of that said, I will say that we've been working with our DOC partners, particularly Director Shannon, in an effort to save as much money whenever we can, however we can. And so we continue to look forward to work with Director Shannon and with other folks within the department and even in other agencies to kind of save whatever we certainly can in the future. One thing that came up, I think, over the past set of hearings before the JAC was the notion of overtime. And we do have a small portion of our budget that is dedicated to overtime. With that said, it's critical to understand how that money is used. Essentially, we have a board secretary and a board assistant. We had 2 assistants. We're losing 1 as a result of the step 2 and step 3 reductions. Those positions, to the extent that they work more than 8 hours a day, typically are given comp time, but having that overtime is going to allow us to pay them in lieu of the comp time that they would receive. So the worry that I would have, it's only a small amount, it's $10,000, but touching that money obviously would greatly impact our ability to have overtime for that position or those positions. And we'd be a little worried about continuing any sort of hearings more than 8 hours a day. Typically, we go to hearings, the hearings last 3 days, let's say. If I have to cut it short over 8 hours a day, the hearings might very well be 4 or 5 days long and not 3. So we actually end up reducing how much our expenditures are overall by having just a little bit of comp time and overtime available. So those are the kinds of things that we as a board look at. We certainly are interested in trying to preserve as much as we can with regard to our travel budget, because again, we do believe wholeheartedly that in-person hearings would result in the best outcomes. We also support, of course, the Department of Corrections efforts to make sure that programming inside the facilities continues and that there are minimal reductions to the field services division, the agents that actually are responsible for folks once they leave facilities. I tried to keep this as short and simple as possible, recognizing that we're already a little behind today, but certainly if there are any questions or concerns, I'll be happy to answer anything I can.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Causey, I have a question about the whole program. The legislature enacted a series of reforms under the rubric of justice reinvestment with the goal of reducing prison population and keeping recidivism rates low. My question to you generally is have those bills enacted into law, have they worked? Are they working?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, I believe that they have in some ways, and it gets to an interesting point. Our board was already taking some of those actions to begin with, even prior to the passage of House Bill 53 and the other measures that were passed by the legislature. With regard to that, one of the things that our office does on a routine basis is to actually reach out to the agents and have the agents reach out to us for alternative means of dealing with potential revocators. You can have modifications of parole grants in lieu of a revocation. You can have the sanctions, and we've noticed that many of the agents are quite versed in how to do those. And so, yes, I think it has been effective. The interesting thing about COVID, however, is that it throws a little bit of a wrinkle. You've got folks who, for example, have not been as directly supervised because you don't have the face-to-face interactions that you would before, which limits, in our opinion, the effectiveness of supervision, because you can't necessarily see, touch, smell, use your senses, if you will, with regard to each case. The other thing that sometimes happens, and I've noticed it a bit over the past, is when people are, for lack of a better phrase, locked in a room with other folks or locked away from their jobs, sometimes they resort to less than preferable means of coping. So for example, you've got folks who use alcohol, they use drugs, etc. Those are definitely things that are not permitted on probation or parole. So you can find folks that perhaps as a result of those things, they end up getting themselves in trouble. Agents have stepped in, they've used those alternative sanctions. Unfortunately, when you're dealing with a person who, for example, gets charged with additional crimes, they're coming back to the department anyhow. Those things are unavoidable. You're going to have folks return to the prison as a result of those new crimes. So it's kind of a mixed bag. And COVID has just thrown a large monkey wrench in operations that we were hoping would go in a much more positive way.
Okay, other questions before Mr. Causey? What we've been doing is you've just been, people have been stepping through their budget to the extent that there's multiple areas of reduction and just jumping to the narrative section. So in your case, your first narrative is going to be on page 12 and just kind of stepping us through each of those reductions.
So if you look at those reductions, and I did see that Representative Larson had his hand up, so I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lloyd.
You know, I think I'll hold off, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, till he's complete. It's a procedural thing I'd like to ask him.
Okay.
So with regard to our step 2 reductions that are mentioned on page 12, again, if you look at the series, the first and foremost thing for the object codes, we had monies there for object code 103, 105, and 197 that were related directly to our board assistant position. That was our second board assistant position. Those were reductions in the amounts that were going to be paid to increase that position to a full-time funded position. What you've got in object code 207 is a reduction for employee professional development. Those were largely, and that's a $2,500 amount. Those were largely designed to allow us to learn more about how other states are doing their operations, their board operations. What sorts of things could we learn, as well as for fees that we were paying for a professional group known as APAI. We've got in-state travel and out-of-state travel as the next two items. Object code 228 and 221 and 228. The in-state travel, you'll notice, took a big chunk, over $100,000. Out-of-state travel was $10,000, but that was the entirety of the out-of-state travel budget. With regard to our permanently assigned vehicle, object code 223, again, that was a 2004 GMC Yukon that we were permanently assigned. We reduced that amount and gave up that vehicle. The supplies 230 were, of course, operational supplies, various things that were purchased for the board. And then finally, our hardware IT budget 0242 was the computer system that I had mentioned earlier, getting new computers for the board members and for our staff. All of that's 100% from the general fund. And of course, you'll note that in the governor's recommendation, the 6408 for the computers was a one-time funding. That was per our request to renew or replace those quite outdated computers. With regard to step 3.
Mr. Chairman. You're muted, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Olson, please.
Thank you. Mr. Causey, I just want to go deeper into the travel reductions. So these travel reductions are for the board members to attend the meetings, correct?
It is for the entire board travel. And so not just the board members, but also board staff.
And staff, okay. And Mr. Chairman, follow up. Walk me through this then. The board members, statutorily, are they set by geography? Are there geographic restraints on board members?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Olson, there are not. The only restraints that we have, well, you've got 7 members who are appointed by the governor, 6-year terms. They can be from any port of the state. However, they are generally representative of the entire state of Wyoming, like we would our representatives and senators from the legislature. Presently, we have 1 member who's in Rock Springs, 2 are in Worland, 1 is in Torrington, and the remainder are in Cheyenne.
Now, Mr. Causey, what's the, I can envision then there's really if travel goes down, there's really 2 options that go forward, right? Option number 1 is in the future, you try to make sure your board members aren't so geographically representative of the state. Or number 2 is you're going to do those virtually, which I think you were discussing earlier. And do all of the various facilities have the technology for that in place?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Olson, they presently do. With regard to the technology, again, we've all had to play a bit of catch up. The board computers, like I said, were pretty old. Some of them had no cameras and no audio capabilities, at least not recording capabilities. So we had to purchase those or renew those or do other options for those. With regard to the department, the same could be true or was true. There were certain facilities that had the ability to remotely connect. There were others that did not quite have everything they needed. Presently, we are operating with that in mind. With regard to having everyone in Cheyenne, if we resume travel, the facilities, of course, the farthest one away would more likely than not be our community or facility that's in Newcastle. So driving from Cheyenne to Newcastle would kind of be a little bit of an expense. But driving to Torrington, for example, from Cheyenne, where we meet once a month, is not particularly expensive.
Mr. Causey, what do other states do? I mean, in my experience, and this is across the board in government, Wyoming's not necessarily leading the charge when it comes to technology. And so I'm just curious, do most states already do these types of hearings by virtual presence?
Chairman and Representative Olson, most states did not. And as I talked to the legislature before the last session, one of the things that Wyoming has been lauded for is the in-person hearings that we have and the results that actually are obtained as a result of that. Specifically, actually just last year, we had both a New Yorker magazine or New York Review, I'm sorry, I don't recall the exact publication, that noted that other states were failing. Their systems were not as productive, if you will, as the Wyoming system. And we attribute that largely to the in-person hearings that we have. And the reason being is, one, we can get results right then, right there. We can have those meetings with the offenders. We allow the offenders to actually present their cases. Some places don't even allow offenders to actually offer much input. And Wyoming is unique in that regard. So even if we're not unique in our technology, we are pretty unique in our approach. And with regard to that, we've had some of the lowest recidivism rates in the country on that ground. So the Wyoming system was in many ways being held up as a paragon. This, of course, was all prior to COVID. We also had interest, if you will, from the United States government. The United States at one point in time had a board of parole that was removed, if you will. And so they went to a system that in essence was kind of a mandated period of supervision after each and every sentence. Unfortunately, that doesn't result in any sort of a unique analysis of each and individual case that appears before the courts or anything else. Wyoming, of course, does have that. We've got judges who sentence, they give an indeterminate sentence, so you have a sentencing range. Then the Wyoming Board of Parole comes in as a quasi-judicial body, looks at how the offender has been performing while incarcerated, while imprisoned, and also takes...
If I could interrupt just a second, I think we've covered the process. I think his question was more about the video and the remote interviews. So, and Representative Kinner had a question, but before I go to that, I want to see if Representative Olson has any follow-ups.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and I do thank you. I think, and it's two-part. It's not just whether we have the virtual capability to hold the meetings, but I do want to fully understand the impact that it will have on the board's ability to make those decisions. That's why I asked about other states. And the note here is, that it's going to, what did you say, seriously limit the ability of the board members to conduct in-person meetings. So just more specifically, that doesn't mean that there won't be any in-person meetings. So more specifically, how many meetings do you have? How many meetings won't you be able to have? What's the exact framework going to look like?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Olson, I'm not quite sure that we could easily divide it. For example, what you would, if I understand the premise correctly, You would have folks that, if you, as a result of your classification, you get sent to Newcastle, you wouldn't have the in-person hearing, but if you were sent to Torrington, you would. So arguably, we'd be treating offenders differently based solely on where they were placed within a system that they had no control over. So I don't know how we would be able to equitably divide that, if you will, if that makes sense. What we've tried to do is to ensure that all offenders, to the extent possible, are heard in person. And that in-person hearing would also include victims. So when we say in person, it's not just the offenders that we hear, but also victims. So victims have the ability to meet with the board members, usually at the local probation and parole office, because we don't want to take victims inside facilities. And they can present whatever information they have. They can meet with the board members. We've had folks bring, I hate to call it this, but I will, exhibits. They would have mementos or those sorts of things and be able to show this is the person who was actually negatively impacted. The video hearings don't allow us to do that.
Okay. I think I'm good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And just Representative Olson, you might go to prisonpolicy.org. It's a prison policy initiative grading the parole release system of all 50 states. Wyoming comes out with a B-, which is certainly better than the states with Fs and F-. But the five elements of the rating system, number 2 is the opportunity of persons seeking parole to meet face-to-face with the board members. So that's interesting. Representative Kinner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, is it an urban legend or does the board actually use the state plane?
It's not entirely Representative Kinner, as Mr. Chairman. The board does utilize the state plane only in the winter when roads are impassable and those sorts of things. And what we've done over the past few years is when we have the opportunity to travel as a result of the roads being clear, we try to utilize road travel, driving as much as we possibly can. So as late as a week or so before the hearing, we'll look at the weather report and attempt to drive. I can say that that's not always been the easiest or nicest thing because unfortunately weathermen are not always that accurate. But we've had a few kind of scary incidents, if you will, trying to get to Rollins or other facilities either late in the year or early in the year.
Mr. Chairman, quick follow-up.
Yes, please.
So are those costs embedded in that travel in-state number?
Yes, sir, they are.
Thank you.
He had not yet finished his round 3 cuts. Before do you have any questions on his round 2 cuts before he proceeds to his round 3s? Okay, Mr. Causey, proceed.
Thank you, sir. What you'll notice with regard to our step 3 reductions, we essentially have 2 priorities, if you will. The first of those is to reduce the funding for the board assistant position that I mentioned earlier. That would be 100% reduction of that position, and essentially that position would no longer exist. The problem, of course, with doing that is, as we've noticed, we have a lot more modifications and follow-up paperwork, if you will, which is, as a result of that, kind of increased workload on the other positions that we have. We have a very small agency with only 7 employees, including myself. So managing several hundred inmates a month with regard to all the paperwork can get kind of difficult. With regard to the travel budget, again, we had a further reduction of approximately $40,000, which means that our travel would be even more reduced, which of course I've already talked about the impacts of that. But if there are any other questions, I can certainly answer those.
Any Representative Walters?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Causey, the priority 1 in step 3 there, the reduction of that 93,000 in that position, is that also tied to the 34 or on the step 2, the object code 103, 105, 197 position in the step 2 reductions, all the same person, same position?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, yes. So essentially what we're doing is getting rid of that position.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify and make sure those tied together.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Causey? If nothing on these step 2, step 3, I think Representative Larson had I think he referred to it as a global question.
I did, Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me for just a second, Mr. Causey, and I'm hoping that Director Shannon is listening. Is this committee engaged in an effort over the interim to look at how we deliver mental health services to the citizens of the state? And we've developed some priority populations, which include the prison populations people coming out of the prison populations, and how can we use those services to prevent recidivism. And in our conversation, some of the concern was if we have community mental health providers, is there a process currently in place that allows information regarding an individual who's being released out of incarceration back either through the parole system or released entirely, to have that information be provided to a community mental health provider so that they can continue helping with mental health or substance abuse issues?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, that question more likely than not is more appropriately addressed to Director Shannon. With that said, I will note that the emphasis on mental health, particularly inside the facilities, which of course is one of the things that the board looks at, is definitely something that the board would be interested in pursuing and assisting with in any way we possibly can. One of the problems that we have run into is sometimes getting the information that we would need to kind of make some of the decisions that we need to make. We don't necessarily need all the diagnoses and what have you, but we do need to know that a person is basically needing mental health assistance so that we can give the tools to the agents to go out and do what they need to do. In terms of sharing that information with other providers and folks in the community beyond the agents and the other folks with the Department of Corrections, again, that would probably be a question more appropriately addressed to Director Shannon.
Thank you. And then Director Shannon, if by chance you're listening, maybe at the end of your presentation, you can address that. If you aren't listening, I'll say it again.
Okay, so Representative Larson, if I can follow on the heels of your question, I'm inferring from what I heard you say, Mr. Causey, that there's not a seamless flow of information from the Department of Corrections to the Board of Parole, because we've already learned in our work with MHSA subcommittee that there's definitely not a flow of information out of either of those entities back out to the probation and parole agents and the community mental health providers. We had data from, I think it was Pew, that showed of the probationers who had been ordered to seek mental health and substance abuse, less than 50% of them, they have the mental health, the community mental health center has a record of less than 50% of them ever showing up. Now, maybe they're going out to some private provider. That doesn't seem likely. But so it was suggested to us that in some states, there's a record that goes from the Department of Correction to probation. And if there's a condition for MHSA, that's given in advance to the community mental health center and to the probation agent. I assume you have experience in other states. Have you seen systems like that in place?
Mr. Chairman, in terms of how those systems work, I have not delved into it and gotten the great details on it. What I can tell you is that we sometimes have issues getting such information ourselves, in part because I believe that there's concerns over patient privacy. Mental health and substance abuse records are highly protected under federal law. If you don't have releases of information that allow specific agencies, for example, the Board of Parole, to receive those, I believe that there are providers who are quite unwilling to share information that they may or may not have.
Okay, so follow on then. I've got a bill drafted, but I don't want to run it until I know it actually is going to fly. So could you, absent any legislation, tell a probation applicant, sign a release, and then we can talk to you about your probation? But if you're not going to sign a release to give us the information, don't bother to show up for the probation hearing. Is there any federal law stopping you? Is there any state law from stopping you doing that? Conversely, if Wyoming said that these providers, starting with the Department of Correction, have to provide the information to probation and the probation department and the treatment providers, the community mental health centers, is there anything under federal law that would trip us up to say, well, that all of a sudden we start losing funding because of that? And if you need to study that more, let me know.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we would need to study that some more. We have reached out to the regional SAMHSA director, Charles Smith, and we've been in the discussions with him. He had worked previously with the Department of Corrections in Colorado, and he, of course, now works with the feds. I believe he has over 20-something years of experience in these areas. So he's been assisting us in understanding all the pitfalls and all the areas that we can go wrong in. One of the things that I'm aware of is that we do have concerns not only in HIPAA, but also in 42 CFR. There are codes of federal regulations that deal with the ability of other entities to kind of demand those sorts of things. I think that the board, of course, is under no obligation to afford a hearing or to give a grant if, in fact, someone will not release these pieces of information. But absent that, I don't know what else the board can do. And again, we can't force treatment providers, be they contract providers or be they DOC employees, to release information that they feel.
If you could put a memo together on those concerns and those areas of uncertainty, our staff are assigned to it as John Brody, and we'll ask him to take a look at it as well. Representative Larson?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that I didn't intend to get that far off from the budget on this, but if you don't mind, Mr. Causey, I think I'll get with our chairman here, Senator Kinski, and see if we can't line up some kind of call with you and discuss this further, because it's pretty critical to the success of it.
Well, and it relates to recidivism and the Department of Corrections and the whole, the whole continuity of care, if that's the right word. All right, I'll shut up now. Who else has something for Mr. Causey? I'm looking at all your pictures. Okay, I don't see any hands. It looks like we're done with you for now, Mike. If you'd care to hang out with us while we finish up with DOC, there may be other questions come up, or you might want to get started on your weekend, whatever's your pleasure. But you're welcome to stay.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I greatly appreciate it. And again, thank the committee for their opportunity, the time that you've given me. We agree, the programming aspects inside the facilities and having that knowledge for when they get outside is absolutely critical. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Shannon, Department of Corrections, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Dan Shannon, Director of the Wyoming Department of Corrections. I'll be the individual presenting and answering your questions today. However, I also have administrators Eddie Wilson, Jeffy Wiggins, and Dawn Sides, who are also signed on and able to assist as needed. I want to thank you for allowing me to present before you. I am aware of the time restraints on this committee, and I'll be expeditious as possible. In the event I'm unable to accurately answer a question, I'll follow up in writing to the committee. Mr. Chairman, prior to the review of the department supplemental request and overview of step 2 and 3 reductions, I would ask permission to provide the committee with an introduction summary of the impacts that are directly related to this budget. I'm able to conclude my comments in under 15 minutes. And the 4 topics are that I will discuss, stopping after each to answer the questions of any member, are hepatitis C, COVID-19, the Barry Dunn review, and actions taken by this agency to ensure a responsible budget. May I proceed?
I think so. Yeah, please do so.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I was listening to Mr. Larson's question as well as your inquiries regarding the transmission of, real briefly, regarding the transmission of information. Through our House Bill 31, we also have an MOU. It's in the Attorney General's office at this time with the Department of Health, community health providers. Electronic records, many of them are proprietary, and it causes difficulty. You ask questions regarding the federal regulations and things of that nature. I just want to reassure you that we are placing a system that, regardless if it's electronic or we got to mail it, I have no issue with turning that information if I can legally do so. So we are working with it, and we do have an MOU signed by many of those individuals, and the AG's reviewing it at this time.
Which individuals signed the MOU?
It's Department of Health, many community health providers, Border Patrol, things of that nature.
Okay, super. That'd be great. If legislation's not necessary, that's always the preferred approach. All right, proceed, Mr. Shannon.
Mr. Chairman, during the supplemental 1920 budget cycle, the Department of Corrections requested $2.1 million to address the treatment of hepatitis C for those confined. That request was denied. However, there was support for approval to move forward if the department was able to fund treatment within the agency budget. At the conclusion of this past biennium, the DOC carried over $975,000 to adjust our medical contract for services. In the past several months, we were able to treat individuals for a cost of $19,500. I may report that we presently have 4 priority number 1s and 16 priority 2s remaining to treat. We will complete this task within our own funding, and I want to thank the committee for support that everyone's provided us. Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
Any questions on the Hep C? Okay, I think the denial was not of, just to be clear, I think the request was for treatment of more levels of acuity or more advanced. It was there's different stages of Hep C, and I think we did authorize treatment on the latter stages, not the earlier, or something to that effect.
Mr. Chairman, there's 3 stages, and my understanding authorization was for stage 1 and 2, which we have taken care of within our own budget.
Okay. Move on then. Keep going. I don't see any questions on Hep C.
Mr. Chairman, the Department of Corrections has taken immediate action since March of this year to stop all visitation to facilities, implement medical and temperature screenings for staff, continuous sanitation, mask wear for staff and inmates. We have continued all constitutional requirements for inmates, as well as video visitation and telephone calls for families. July of this year, I requested testing of our inmates, staff, and contractors. Weekly meetings with the Department of Health and state epidemiologists were instituted and continue today. Mandatory testing is also includes wastewater testing, which is applied weekly. All new inmates are quarantined, as well as isolation areas for those who are ill. Within our facility, there are no options available for social distancing, and this pandemic has taken a toll on this department, both physically and financially. As I am responsible for thousands of lives, we've been consumed this year with fighting the pandemic, as most of the country has and the world, as well as our budget cuts. 24.5% of our inmates have tested positive. 20% of our staff and 24% of our medical staff have also tested positive. 345 or 33% of our staff have had exposures and were quarantined. We're also continuing to alter our interactions with our parole agents within the past with a 5-part plan, thereby protecting the community and the staff. We have followed every recommendation of the CDC confinement regulations in the Department of Health. If there is a bright outcome on the horizon, it's our department's performance, actually. It's been exceptional compared to our surrounding states, such as Montana and Utah. They currently have the National Guard working inside as correctional officers. Colorado is presently reporting several thousand positive inmates. We're going to keep up the good fight and make the adjustments as necessary, and the work of all our staff has been exceptional, especially our contracted medical has been exemplary. COVID-19 has brought a new appreciation for our first responders in our communities. Our correctional staff respond to more incidents and have the potential for loss of life than any other responders. I'll repeat that one more time. Staff working in prisons and supervising offenders in the communities respond to more life-threatening situations than other first responders. I'm extremely proud to work for those who keep our staff safe. Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
That was the second of the 4 areas. Representative Olson, questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, now going to this fancy new website you pointed me to, the prisonpolicy.org. I see that our correction systems received an F on our state effort to prevent COVID-19 deaths behind bars. The good news is 31 states also received F, so we're in good company. The bad news is most of those 31 states actually had F pluses, so slightly better than our straight F. I'm really not, I mean, there's a lot of data here, so I wouldn't know exactly where to begin. You might check it out when you have some time, Mr. Shannon, and I'd be interested in a follow-up on exactly why we think we did so poorly. When I look at it just anecdotally, I think about their grading metric involves the state regularly publishing updates. I guess this is really the first update I've seen on the prison specifically, probably that the public has seen specifically. I think the public gets a pretty specific update on COVID-19 by county and hospital updates, but I don't know that we're publishing the county jail and prison data. So you might take a look at that. Other things are probably outside of your control. Governor issued executive order. That's obviously outside of your control. And then county jails are outside of your control. The other metric that might be applicable to you is the State Department of Correction providing testing and personnel protective equipment to correctional staff and population. And you can probably speak to that one briefly. What has the department done in terms of PPE being provided to primarily the correctional staff, but also what does that look like for the incarcerated population?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Olson, I can answer you briefly. I am familiar with prison.org, and the reason that our state received an F, first and foremost, we're automatically dropped to a D if we don't turn over our COVID-19 emergency plan, which I refused to do. I wasn't going to disclose that. Number two is, were we willing and were we supporting the authorization of releasing inmates? We presented a plan to the governor's office in the event that we had mass casualties and what requirements they would be. However, I would not support that notion. So there's the reasons for the, I believe, for the F. They called upon us along with the ACLU to release a number of our minimum inmates. And I responded back several times to prison.org. Concerning county jails, you're correct. I don't have any control over that. Regarding weekly updates, we do publish weekly updates. What we're doing is we're doing 20% at every facility, all staff and all inmates every Monday at our facilities, as well as our pro agents. If we test positive, we do mandatory. The example is we had 4 positive tests at WSP this week. By this week, that was on Monday. By this weekend, we're doing mandatory testing. And every Monday, then we post our numbers within the media within the state of Wyoming. Regarding PPE, all staff and working in an isolation unit within a confines of a segregated area have full PPE, N95 masks, gloves, shields, gowns. Inmates are no different. They're provided the same equipment. I've applied and received, working through with Director Bach, an exorbitant amount of PPE. Because of our outbreaks, we went through a lot, but no one has been without PPE. I hope that answers your questions, Representative Olson.
It was pretty thorough, I thought.
It was very thorough. Thank you, Mr. Shannon. I didn't know if you'd be, I didn't know you'd be more ready to answer that question than I was to give it.
Mr. Olson, Representative Olson, I've been living COVID night and day for the last 6 months. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Dan, appreciate your hard work and all you guys have went through. You did say, and I can't remember the exact number, 30% of your staff infected or quarantined or something like that. But what about the population? What percent of the population in all of your populations were infected?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, 24.5% of our inmates have tested positive.
I thought he had given that number and it was staff and inmates were about the same percentage. Okay, anything else on COVID before he moves on to area number 3 of 4 areas? Senator Hicks. Senator Hicks, you're at your most eloquent when you're muted.
I know that, Senator Kinski. Thank you for that compliment. Thank you, sir. Give me another. the question I have is how many deaths have we had inmates or prison workers within the system that we know of particularly? Do we have those numbers, Dan?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, absolutely, I'll provide the numbers. We've had no deaths, staff or inmates. I can't, there's a high possibility that we may in the future. I mean, I don't want to jinx us, so I'd say we're probably one of the few in the state. And I'll be quite frank. We were announcing in July that we were the only institution, and I knew once we tested every single week, we would come up with different numbers. Senator Hicks, one announcement, when a death is provided, I can report we've had no deaths, to answer your question directly. And number two, in the event that we have a death, I will allow the state medical examiner to announce that, because it would be no different than an individual that maybe had HIV or things of that nature. We wouldn't announce the cause, but I can report that we've had no deaths. We have two staff members that are ill from COVID, and 3 inmates at the current time.
Okay. Anything else on COVID before he moves on to his third topic? Okay, please proceed, Director Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to talk real briefly about Barry Dunn study that was performed. Just a brief comment, as you all heard the report and the recommendations Wednesday morning. In the past, the DOC had requested in excess of $12 million to replace an antiquated WCIS mainframe, as well as a system named Monitor for the Field Service Division. This submittal was ill-prepared and lacked any cost benefits or formal needs analysis. It was reported by Mr. Bose from Barry Dunn that we were requesting a self-created standalone system that may or may not be in the best interest of our future growth or cost. I just want to ensure this committee, we will not be requesting or attempting to create any form of Wildcat system. In the past, assistance and cooperation from ETS came at a high tariff, and Director Knopp he's eliminated that notion, has been providing us with some excellent teamwork. And once we have our own house in order, we'll submit a proposal for consideration. This 20-year-old system is a train wreck, and its loss will be a serious situation. Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
Any questions regarding the Barry Dunn? This is just, as Representative Larson would say, it's global observation is I think there's opportunity for plenty of resource if we can get our arms around the growth of the prison population and so many of the issues you're familiar with, recidivism, and what we can do to improve the resources in the ground for prisoners on probation and parole. The statistic that stands out in my mind, and Senator Hicks goes back to my first or second meeting on judiciary when Pew observed that the sentencing behavior of judges changed after the prison capacity had been expanded, so that more people went up for felonies, and more people, and those who went for a little bit longer time, and just a small, low single-digit increase in the number who were sentenced to prison and a 3-month increase in the length of the sentence was enough to absorb 100 beds. And so what's imperative is that there be an effort across all stakeholders, district judges, probation and parole, county attorneys, sheriffs and chiefs, to understand what are the best practices and how they can be implemented. Because as you know, there's a lot of moving parts to the system. And you as a prison director, DOC can only do so much, but it surely helps to get all the players to the table. That's the way this is going to be made better. It'll improve outcomes, financial as well as correctional. And so just anything, I'm hoping to find ways that we can continue efforts like DOC and DOH working together. And that's really the key, is we'd like to avoid building new prison, but we'd like to do it through adoption of best practices, not just by turning people loose.
Thank you for that guidance, Mr. Chairman. And with your permission, I'll be able to report out some information that you were just requesting on this next one.
Okay, topic number 4.
It's the longest of the 4, sir, and I'll be as quick as I can. Mr. Chairman, I became responsible for this agency on July 23rd of this year. It's a position I did not seek, but I had accepted the responsibility with humility, and I certainly understand the required dedication to the citizens of our state. I joke I'm also the deputy director who at times provides relief to when the director becomes exhausted. In the past 5 months, the Department of Corrections has risen to multiple challenges to not only perform the duties asked of it, it's involved in a much different agency since last year's budget presentation. I will not use cliches such as efficient, lean, etc., but the committee can decide for themselves if they're taking the right actions. Budget crisis and pandemics have created quite a bit of instability. However, they also presented us with many opportunities to make positive change. We are Series 80, and pages 17 through 25 of our supplemental budget document not only shows a decrease in our budget of almost $30 million, it will also indicate for the first time within my knowledge, the Department of Corrections did not request any additional funding. We have made many sacrifices without losing focus of our correctional responsibilities by not cutting basic inmate education, drug and alcohol, mental health, and sex offender services. Stated in a different format, comparison of this budget in 2011 indicates for the past 10 years, the DOC daily inmate population has increased by 17%. 241 authorized staff positions have been removed and eliminated. And today's proposed budget amended, if approved during legislation, will be $46 million, in excess of $46 million smaller than it was 10 years ago. Was the agency's budget funded very well in the past? I think the amount of reversions at the conclusion of the budget cycle can answer that question. But as I remarked in the beginning, we're no longer the same agency. We are now the hinge-pin of meeting our mission and as well as balancing public safety. Additional budget reductions very well may produce lasting consequences. We may have sent our inmates to Mississippi, but we certainly don't want to have the same headlines as they do. This agency has not been an isolated island, nor have we rested on our laurels by just reducing the DOC budget. We've taken multiple actions that will assist others to decrease their state budget. First, we started by reducing our budget through a methodology of what was legislatively and constitutionally required, and thereby protected. We then reviewed what was absolutely necessary of the tools that we needed to require and meet our mission while ensuring safety for all. We have worked diligently to assist others in reducing our state's budget crisis. We have engaged in cooperation with other agencies. We utilized all available inmate bed space. We also scrutinized during this process the value of even closing institutions as well as what it would look like to be privatization. We have worked closely with Director Tricia Bach, as I mentioned earlier, to ensure a smooth and effective consolidation. Our DOC human resource staff to become placed under the supervision of A&I while improving efficiencies. The division has also been very helpful, Director Bach, in obtaining CARES funding for that PPE that Representative Olson questioned earlier in our institutions in our field. We recently have been working with Director Causey. We're opening up our house. We're looking at one possibility, and maybe they save them some leasing costs. They can be housed in our building here. We've consolidated our probation and parole office in Graybull and Worland into one office. Field services in Rawlins will combine with the county offices and save funding. Parole offices in Newcastle may be relocated to the Honor Conservation Camp at no cost. The budget office has not only been extremely helpful throughout this entire process, because it was very complicated, but they have worked with us tirelessly to assist with the proposed budget we have today. We're also working with Director Kevin Hibbert to produce a simplified and crystal clear budget in the future that is reviewable, that will only be within 3 divisions and possibly for the next budget cycle. We've submitted a CARES funding request to the governor's office, which was approved today, and I signed it, and it went to the Attorney General's office that specifically covered the permissible COVID reimbursement of our correctional officer salaries. This would begin in March of this year through December 30th. This will potentially place $40 million in our general fund. The DOC had previously received approval from the State Building Commission to place the following on a consent list: a level 2 study to expand the Women's Center and a level 3 construction build out of Area 17 at WMCI in Torrington. At the time of the approval, it certainly appeared the best interest of the department. We attended a meeting with the SBC 2 weeks ago and requested removal of these actions, which was granted. This action potentially saved $197,000 and $18 million respectively. And that doesn't include any operational costs once the build out was completed. Why would the DOC make such a request? Because this department, we do not have an inmate populace issue. We have a staffing issue at our penitentiary that needs addressed. However, we do not have inmate housing concerns. With the overall proposed state budgets, and I've worked with Director Sabias to really see the impacts in what's going to take place with when we cut mental health services and in our communities and how it's going to affect our inmate population. I'm almost certain there'll be an increase in future incarceration rates. Reducing community substance abuse and mental health programming is going to impact our operations. I would comment the legislative action taken last session to acknowledge the earn time of the county jails assisting in earn time that was assisted within our facilities has greatly helped. At this time, I may report there's no current need to house our inmates outside our institutions. There is a need to address the short staffing concerns and overtime, which is amplified by this pandemic. For Tier 2, we returned 165 vacant positions, but in reality, 83 were funded and 82 were unfunded. 14 Department of Correction employees lost their jobs with our during these Tier 2 cuts. 9 were out of central office and 1 from each facility, and I'll explain that later during our review. We held back 12 vacancies of correctional officer positions to assist WSP. That vacancy list is currently being reviewed, and I understand it should be, with the exclusion of a few trade positions returned. Most of our positions were vacant, we removed them. These vacancies are needed more now than they ever were. They're needed to ensure the safety that we're not just banking money within the Department of Corrections. These recent vacancies are a direct result of individuals fearing losing their jobs and benefits while working in law enforcement COVID-related occupations. I am aware of the current institutional bed capacity study and the proposed cost. I further understand mental health facilities as well as juvenile homes will be reviewed. But I think we recently resolved many of these issues pertaining to the Department of Corrections. In the past several months, we have returned all of our inmates from Mississippi, our female inmates from Nebraska, and our state inmates from Lincoln and Uintah County. At that time, in the past several months, we were spending in excess of $400,000 per month housing these inmates away from our institutions. I may report we also have inmate beds available to meet our current needs. I mentioned earlier our department has changed and I've taken a different approach to resolve these issues. This agency has reviewed how to house these confined with individuals within the appropriate classification that benefits the needs of the state. In the interest of time, I'll provide you a brief example and then answer questions if required. The Riverton facility in the future will become our only true minimum institution. Newcastle will be transformed into a multifaceted facility that will house minimums, a female intensive treatment unit, and medium inmates awaiting the reclassification. The female boot camp program will take place at the Women's Center in Lusk and not the states of Florida and Pennsylvania. The male boot camp will be relocated and operated within the vacant G unit of WSP. I have presented these required statutory language changes to our Judiciary Committee and have received unanimous approval. The fiscal note submitted also indicates there will be no cost to the state and will be curtailed within our current agency budget. We also reviewed, and this has been a question that I've been asked several times, so we took it to heart and we reviewed the cost benefit of closing a facility or privatizing another on site. We reviewed the matter because of the fiscal responsibility to our citizens. We can save a few dollars by the cost estimate while also creating devastation in our local communities and neighbors. For the record, the Department of Corrections is in complete opposition to privatization as we have a constitutional responsibility to all of our citizens. A review was conducted last session to acknowledge the real daily cost of housing inmates in Mississippi. The base cost of $74.05 plus transportation, contract monitoring, external medical stipends, etc., came to $128 per day. These inmates that were sent were medically pre-screened and presented marginal risk for budget purposes. When reviewing, we did not configure the current cost of just the facility with the inmates. We have taken our total DOC budget, we minus field services, Tier 2 and 3 cuts that we'll review today, and the removal of our HR staff who are no longer DOC employees. We divided that number by the average daily inmate count. The daily rate came out to be at $118.38 per day, or $18.10 per day for remaining in Wyoming. Housing privately appears to provide a savings of just a little over $29 million per biennium. Even if we choose this pathway, we'd still be required, in addition to overhead expenses previously mentioned, to mothball the facilities, which average around 4 to 4.2% of annual costs of the operating expenses. We'd be required to operate a receiving and diagnostic center for our state. The first year would be minimal, as we'd also be responsible for unemployment and benefits. The second year, moving forward, would project a savings of $16.2 to $17 million per biennium. For these savings, we would have displaced inmates returning to our state with less treatment, devastating communities while sending $185 million every 2 years to assist another state's economy. If we were to do something this drastic, we'd be better off to construct one facility within our state and house all our offenders under one roof. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my updates and comments. If there's any questions before we review tier 2 and 3, I'll certainly stand for questions.
Questions from the committee on his presentation on section 4. Representative Summers, did you have your hand up? No? All right. Well, that was a wonderful Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, Director Shannon, thank you so much for that presentation. Let me ask the same question I've asked a couple of other agencies, and it relates to what the legislature did over the past few years, including House Bill 53, to try to reduce the number of inmates and while keeping recidivism rates low. Are those efforts working? Would you make any changes?
Mr. Stiff, first of all, I think the efforts very clearly are working. However, to say that with full sincerity, we're gonna have to give it some time, because I'm not sure of the impacts. The impacts of not revocating our agents that have tested positive, or our revocations have slowed down. They certainly are. House Bill 53 has taken some time to get up and running because of the requirements. But I'll review them through our step 2 and step 3 cuts. But to answer you, I much prefer to answer that next year this time. Are we on the right pathway? The numbers are clear. As I mentioned earlier, we don't have an inmate populace issue. Now, the actual cause and the reasons, we're really changing around the way we house our inmates to make it as effective as possible. But I do believe as I mentioned, just giving credit towards earn time in county jails, I'm aware that it's affecting us about 30 individuals per month. Representative Stiff, I hope that answered your questions.
Okay, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Dan, just quickly go over the amount of COVID money you got. You said 40 million.
Yes, sir.
Federal money, and then whether all of that is spent, or what's the status of that 40 million?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I would answer that question in 2 parts if permitted. The department itself, Representative Summers, we received around $893 in CARES funding. That was as a result of PPE. We've had 3 individuals in the hospital we paid hospital bills for our agents, for plexiglass, for PPEs, things of that nature. The $40 million, we have not received any of that funding, nor will we. That funding, if approved, will go right into the general fund. From the governor's office and the AG's and the budget office, we felt pretty comfortable that, I feel absolutely certain that it can be applied appropriately, and it can cover the cost for which it was intended, and it would assist our overall state budget and go right to our general fund.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any further questions? All right, let's go ahead and step through your reductions. I thought you said 46 million. I'm looking on page 6 and I'm seeing 21 and 3, 24 million. Did I misunderstand what you had said? I thought you said 46 million less.
Mr. Chairman, our budget is $46 million less than it was in 2011.
Okay, super. Thank you. I did misunderstand. All right, so it looks like you've already, you can begin on page 6, or you can just get right into the, you've overviewed pretty well for us. I'm trying to get down to where the first of the.
We're on page 17, Mr. Chairman. Series AD, page 17.
Okay. All right.
If I may, sir.
Please.
We're in Series 80, page 17 through 25. Our step 2 COVID-19 reductions, we have 52 priorities. Priorities 1 through 5. What we did was these are combined cuts.
Let me interrupt you for just a second. Albert, if he goes through his priorities on this page, do you need him to go through all the narrative in the subsequent pages?
So,
I know.
Mr. Chairman, it's just simply easier to start like on page 31 with the cuts and just roll through page by page.
Then let's do that. Sorry, Mr. Shannon, let's jump to page 31.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's page 28.
Oh, I was just taking my lead from Representative Summers. He usually doesn't make
Sorry,
mistakes.
Mr. Chairman.
Page 28.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, committee members, I'd have to apologize. I set up the proposal to discuss it through our priorities. And I'm now on page 28 on our step 2 reductions. It's a little different than what I prepared for, and I sincerely apologize for that.
I'll take my lead from Representative Summers. What would
Doesn't
you like to
matter,
do?
Mr. Chairman, just go for it. It's late
Well,
on a Friday.
All right, let's go back to the page you were on where you had prepared your presentation. What was that, 13?
Page 17, Mr. Chairman.
Page,
Thank you.
we're back on page 17. Our apologies.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
thank you. Dan, can you give us the page reference on the priorities as you go through them on your list?
Absolutely. They're page 17 through 24.
No, I mean
the narrative.
The reference to where the narrative is, and then it'll be fine. Don't worry if you can't. It's Friday.
I'm sorry and I'm embarrassed. I didn't set it up that way. I didn't.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Mr. Chairman, on our narrative, let me grab the narrative.
You're doing fine. You're on page 17, 1 through 5. You were addressing those collectively.
Okay, thank you for the consideration for allowing me.
You're doing fine.
On page 17, items 1 through 5, what we did was we had a religious coordinator, WSP, who chose not to continue his services, and we had a part-time religious services at the camp. So we done 2 things on items 1 through 5. We eliminated and have 1 religious service individual that takes care of WSP in the farm in Riverton. And we have 2 that take care of the Women's Center on the east side of the state, WMCI, as well as the camp. We also moved that funding from general funding to inmate assist. The amounts are, as you can see there, 40,000, 45, 103, 97. On item number 6, we moved the Native American Religious Coordinator general funds. We reduced the contract while providing constitutional services by 40%, but we've also moved that from general fund to inmate assist. Items number 7, 8, and 9 are conclusive together. This is our commissary manager at the Newcastle, Wyoming State Penitentiary, and WMCI. That funding was moved from general funds to our commissary fund. Our current commissary fund has $1.6 million and is able to absorb that as well. It'll produce, I believe, better results. We're looking for results best we can.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that commissary fund, it generates more than is expended to buy the product that you're selling. Does the overflow go to the general fund, or does it just reside in the commissary fund? The commissary fund continue to grow?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, it remains within the fund and continues to grow. It's currently at $1,665,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it was our intent that we thought that we would take those 3 positions and fund them through that account to take the pressure off of the general fund. Mr. Chairman, item number 10 and 15 are the same. It's the amount of $200,000. It's elimination of 15-minute overtime for entry screening. It's broke up from our field services and our prison division. In March of this year, we required temperature screening of staff. And we have to bring them in 15 minutes prior to their shift. How we resolved that was through CARES funding. We actually brought automated temperature screenings that are at 24 field offices, as well as our 5 institutions in central office, thereby saving $200,000. Items number 11 through 14, in the governor's first cuts, we were to remove AWAC positions if possible. These were all within field services. One was a Gillette of a tier 1 cut, 1 clerical position in Casper, an AOA position in Cheyenne, as well as a clerical PSI writer in field services. Number 15 is elimination of 15-minute entry screening for prison division, as I mentioned.
Representative Schwartz.
I'm sorry, I need to go back a step. What's the revenue stream for the inmate assist? Where does that money come from?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, that funding comes from money made through our commissary. We have a stepped scale. If it's a religious, it's 0. If it's bonds, it's going to be 15%, things of that nature, as well as our telephone calls, which we are one of the lowest in the state, as well as TV services.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Please continue.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, item number 16 is the reduction of $12,500 in our investigative unit operating expenses that regarding travel, training, K9 units, things of that nature. Item number 17, which starts on page 19, elimination of entry medical exams for staff. We eliminated the exams for non-security staff. With the present required for requested accommodations, it's almost impossible to move forward without that. And we really haven't had much luck financially done in the past by doing that. We still have our exams that are performed medically for our correctional staff, as well as our uniform. And item number 18, we changed our pre-employment testing. That was $30,000. We had a CSI, which was an assessment and the ability to do the job. That's been dropped off nationally for a number of years now. We did keep our REACT test. Item number 19, reduced drug services for staff, which was $25,000. We didn't reduce any services. What we did was we renegotiated and replaced our contract with our vendor. By that, we were able to reduce $25,000. Item number 20, reduce medical audit consultants. Mr. Chairman, we have medical oversight. We have contracted medical within our Department of Corrections, and we have a reduction that we would go every quarter to every institution and oversee to ensure our medical contract. And we've changed that to twice a year. That's through to the NCCHC, that's Western Correctional Consultants. But we renegotiated and dropped the contract by $160,000. Item number 21, we discontinued our ACA accreditations in the amount of $141,200. I made this decision because we clearly, I was an intricate part, I believe, in creating many of the policies as well as getting us accredited. We have the policies, we have the procedures. We're just not going to have the plaque on the wall. But what I have done is I reached out to the director in Colorado Department of Corrections, and between the states, we're going to replicate our audits, just not at the tune of $141,000. Item number 22, we're going to reduce central office operating budget by $20,000. We're simplifying copier supplies, materials, as well as travel. Item 23 is central office travel, $172,000. We actually cut that by 55%. I listened to Director Causey speak about the importance of being on grounds and having your eyes and feet on the ground. Our administrators do quite a bit of travel. Regardless, you need to meet with the inmates, you need to meet with the staff. We need to work on midnight shifts, things of that nature. But we've cut that by more than 50%. We reduced training conferences by $25,000, which was item 24, and that was eliminating all ACA conferences. Item number 25 is direct bill employee lodging. We've always paid our sales tax, and we're going to continue to do so. But if we've looked at every possible means, and that's $23,500, that we're going to start going to an exempt. And item number 26, we reduced dietitian services in an amount of $49,620. Our dietitian would go and authorize and make adjustments monthly to our facilities. We've adjusted that to quarterly and we renegotiated our contract. Item number 27, which is on page 20 of our manual, we reduced many desktop phones in a tune of $24,000. Item 28, release vehicles, reduced our lease vehicles by $30,000. Shift differential pay, and this will take a little bit explaining. Number 29 in the amount of $31,569. Our correctional staff that work from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. are adjusted in a shift differential. We had the policy in the past that anyone that worked off time, supervisor, unit manager, someone that normally just worked a different schedule, we always compensated them even though it wasn't a requirement. We eliminated that. Item number 30, remove funding for 3 vacant positions. We had 3 vacant positions in central office, which was a training lieutenant and 2 office specialists. And that was in the amount of $500,814. Item number 31, we reduced WSP operating expenses. Item number 31 and 43 are the same, our 2 larger facilities. A lot of it came out of our 200 series. We reduced by 1.5 million. Our 3 smaller facilities, which would be Lusk, Newcastle, and Riverton, by $1 million. This would be through equipment, recreation, readjusting maintenance agreements, office supplies, reduction of our tier 2. We adjusted just under 25% in our 200 series from 27 million down to 20.9. So we're constantly evaluating and looking for any opportunities for improvement. I'm sorry. Item number 32, we eliminated funding for 32 vacant WSP positions. We did everything we could on this tier 2 to come up with our 10%, and this one really hurt us. That came in the amount of $3.9 million. This would be vocational trainers, electricians, unit managers, corporals, and 26 correctional officers. As I said, we held back 12 vacancies. Item number 33, we reduced WHCC operation expense, similar to what I said in items 31.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Thanks. Dan, I just have a question about 32 and the positions eliminated. How many of those were vacant versus not vacant? And if any were filled, did you just kind of reassign, or just walk me through that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Nicholas, concerning number 32, all 32 of those positions were vacant. Overall, we submitted 165 vacant positions, but only 82 were funded. 14 individuals lost their jobs, 9 out of central office and 1 from each facility.
And so Dan, you were using some of these dollars for your overtime, I believe. So just how was this going to affect your ability to cover overtime if you're understaffed at certain locations?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, it absolutely is going to affect. Right now, because of COVID, we're in excess of $200,000 a month at WSP. We have correctional staff on the average 3 to 5 individuals traveling to WSP to make sure we're safe and meeting our minimum standards. I don't have the answer for that, Mr. Co-Chairman.
And Dan, do you have more beds open up now at the WSP just because of, I think one of the cells was closed in the renovation, or different things going on because of the reconstruction? And how many beds do you have open there, or how many are not open because of settling issues?
Not, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, we don't have any not open because of settling issues. We do have 2 units that would still need some floors ground, things of that nature, some glazing replacements in that nature. We have 1 unit closed, which is G unit, because we don't have the staff to open that, but we don't have inmates in there. What I explained earlier, I reevaluated how we're housing our inmates. We don't really have many more inmates than we had recently. What I did was reevaluate and look at how we can house our inmates efficiently and safely. And we utilize that. And I'll give you some examples, Mr. Co-Chairman. We had 90 vacancies at our farm. I take the minimums out of Newcastle and we place them 90 over there. We've never had more, in the last 4 years, I reviewed this, more than 24 in our boot camp. By replacing them there, we have over 102 females on our waiting list to get to through the ITU, which is over a 9 to 12 month program. we can now take the 52 ladies out of there and run them in Newcastle and have our ITU program there. Open up 52 beds, which I can now bring our female boot camp folks right on grounds. So by restructuring the way we house our inmates appropriately with their classification, there's not a need to house individuals out.
Thank you, Dan.
Representatives Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A follow-up somewhat on those reductions of the positions. And then kind of going, this is going to kind of go back as well to number 21, the American Correctional Association. I seem to remember, and this may be something different than the ACA, but some requirement on personnel requirements versus inmate beds versus, and some of those could still be vacant and you still meet the requirements. Is that ACA standards? And in leaving the ACA or removing that accreditation, does that free up some of these movements that you're making over here with personnel vacancies?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Olson, you have a brilliant memory, and especially towards correction. I take my hat off to you, sir. You're absolutely correct. But I would like to explain this in a little further detail. One of the requirements, and we're not going to meet the requirement, was if you had a 10% vacancy, you couldn't meet a mandatory standard. And that was at WSP. So that's when we started supplementing. We have never dropped below our standards. Our mandatory posts are filled. Now we may shut a certain section of the institution down, but we're not running unsafe facilities. What the 141,200, what that does is it's a 3-year cycle that we would have to pay $30,000 to $35,000 at each examination. And that's what I eliminated was the ACA. What we did not do is say we no longer meet the ACA standards, therefore we're not following our policy. I would not permit that.
Okay, very good. I think you were at the bottom of page 20. I think you just 33 or 34, you may have finished.
Mr. Chairman, item number on page, at the top of page 21, item number 35 was the reduction of WHF, which is our farm operating expenses 1.1. That was the same as 31 and 43, but within the smaller ones.
Okay.
Item number 36 was to move 4 Wyoming Honor Farm full times from the general fund to the agriculture fund. That fund will support 4 full-time positions. I feel comfortable, and it'll put the responsibility on our staff to make sure we're doing business the way we should. That current fund has $1.5 million within it. That's a direct result of our cow-calf operation.
Okay.
Item number 37, remove funding from 1 vacant position. It was a corporal. It was a vacant position. It was a corporal at the tune of $149,496. Item number 38 was reduce AOAA independent contractor. That's our Addicted Offender Accountability Act individual. We had contractors just because we weren't able to catch up on our ASI assessments. But what we did was we had the contract and we were paying $270,000 over a biennium. And what we did was our field administration, we separated that work out to make sure we have to do a little more traveling, or actually it was kind of beneficial because we were doing it through Zoom and Google meetings that were working with the county facilities to get it done. So we were able to eliminate that contract and still keep our services. Which county facilities are you talking about you're working with? Most of them. Riverton.
No. Are you talking about mental health or jails or what?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. We're working with the county jails.
Okay.
So when we have to, in the past, we always had to go to the jail and perform at the ASI through the Addicted Offender Accountability and provide that into our pre-sentence investigations. And now we're doing it electronically, which is saving us quite a bit. We feel comfortable we can eliminate that contracted position.
Okay.
Item number 39 is reduce field service operational expense, and that's strictly with computers. And we were working, as I mentioned earlier, with Director Knopp through CARES funding How we came about with that 327 is through CARES funding. Our agents are out in the field and in their laptops. We're going to get them computers replaced through CARES funding.
Let me backtrack to that prior item. When you say through the county jails, is this for people that under arrest for whom parole or is being considered, or are these people that have been adjudicated and they're awaiting sentencing that you do these ASI assessments?
Yes, these are individuals that have been adjudicated, found guilty, and we're waiting for a pre-sentence investigation for the court to make a determination on their addictions.
So that's the probation and parole department then under the DOC, is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Number 40, removing funding for 9 full-time field services to our probation and parole. That's 1.5 million. These were all vacant positions, but we combined, the field service positions are now when any vacancy comes up, where do we need it within the entire state? What serves us best? In these 9 positions was an office support, 2 lead agents, a district manager out of Laramie. Item number 41, reduced WWC operating expenses, the same as 33 and 35 that I spoke of. It's out of 200 series, $1 million operating expenses. Item number 42, removing funding from 13. We had 13 vacant positions. It really altered our operations within the Women's Center. Our mailroom clerk, a rec specialist, a teacher. Item number 43 begins on page 22. We reduced WMCI operations. It's the same as item 31 that I mentioned earlier for 1.5 million. Item number 44 is removing funding from 4 vacant WMCI positions. It was an office specialist, building specialist, and 2 correctional officers. Item number 45 is reduce ACC capacity in the amount of $2,088,000. What we actually did was reduce our beds, and I would like to provide a little explanation on this. Reduce our beds in the amount, we had 309 beds scheduled and contracted. We reduced that down to 208, or a loss of 101. Our average is what we can pay for is 67 beds per facility space. Because of the COVID, and we've worked with all 3 ACCs in Gillette, Casper, and Cheyenne. There's no doubt it's a sobering reality. But what we did was we researched back for 4 years to actually see how many inmates were placed in those beds and what would be an effective cost. Now, with that being said, the communities of Matrona County, Laramie, and then up in Gillette, the courts also utilized those ACC beds. So what I did was I reached out and I spoke with those folks from the boards with the ACCs, and in the past, it was a 2.75 to 1 ratio, and we moved it down to 2.0 to 1, which will still allow our amount of inmates to be released. It won't affect our overall operations, and it'll provide limited access from the courts, but it'd be very, very minimal. Item number 46 is reduction of 100 series central office, 9 full-time. Going back to the co-chair's question, these were the individuals from central office. It was a purchasing buyer, a program manager, a lieutenant out of our investigative unit, an HR associate, a public information officer, a records manager, a training lieutenant, an accountant tech. Those were individuals. 3 of the individuals retired through our HR department. 4 were able to find employment in other vacant positions in other departments, and 1, 2, 3 of those individuals are still unemployed that I'm aware of. Item number 47 through 51 is reduction through 100 series. That ties in with item number 46. We had an ACA coordinator in each facility, and 2 of those individuals seeked employment elsewhere. 3 of those individuals were accepted positions that were a reduced classification in other vacancies, but we removed one ACA coordinator from each facility. Item number 52, reduced 100 series, 82 unfunded positions. Those unfunded positions goes back to Governor Meade's administration where we were granted positions if we were able to fund them. And I see no purpose to keeping them on. We would hold back a few. As you'll notice on our vacancy reports, we are holding back. The purpose of that is if we ever are, once we're recruiting, we're able to put individuals in those positions temporarily until we can get them into the academy. It doesn't, I don't, we're wasting way too much time.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, Chairman Nicholas.
Yeah, and so those positions we left vacant and did not remove them at the request of the prior director. Is that your understanding, Dan?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, that is my understanding. Yes, sir.
And part of that was because there was a suggestion that was needed for accreditation purposes. Is that accurate?
Mr. Co-Chair, I believe that to be accurate. Yes. I felt it was appropriate to place them on this list.
We do too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, the total general fund step reduction is $22,826,386. The general fund is reduced. We actually shifted the funds of $1.4 million in shifted funds, and that's what I spoke with our commissary account as well as our ag account.
Thank you, Director Shannon. Any questions on his round 2 reductions before we go to round 3 reductions? Okay, thank you. You've been very thorough. Let's go ahead and jump ahead to page 23.
Mr. Chairman, once again, thank you for allowing me to do it this way. I got
you're doing just fine.
Mr. Chairman, committee, on page 23 of Series 80, our number 1 priority, reduce memberships and subscriptions for $9,680. Listening through the committee's comments throughout the week, we don't specifically pay for anyone's membership. That's always been forbidden by policy within our department. But what we do, we have individuals that are polygraphers through different types of our agencies that we will interact with, intelligence, our security threat groups, things of that nature. That's where that membership, ACA, but we reduce those memberships in the sum of $9,680. Items 2, 3, and 4. It's going to take a little bit of explanation. We're implementing supervision fees. Item 2 is $1.5 million. It's a $300 a year per offense, or $25 a month. We did some extensive research, and the example would be that we looked at our surrounding states, costs that are shared for supervision. In the intent of these fees, I want to ensure that we can pay for 6 pro agents off the general fund. It's $25 a month. We are average to lower compared to Nebraska. Call it. Mr. Chairman.
Good recovery.
May I proceed, sir?
Yes, please do.
Okay, and it's our intent. The purpose of this is to be consistent with our surrounding states. 40, and on the average, what we learned was 40% of these are able to collect the fees. The current cost for traditional supervision is $5.81 a day, or $41.47 if you look at ACC supervision. We've also submitted a fiscal note with the proposed legislation to address these, because it will require legislative change and permit this action. I may report there will be a processing fee, but no cost to the state nor to our agency. Item number 3 is implement interstate compact fees for the sum of $50,000. When individuals want to move out of state, the example would be an individual that has been adjudicated, convicted in the state of Wyoming, but now wants to move to California. Through interstate compact, we have a lot of time and effort invested to ensure that we can do so. And most states charge even more than $100 application fee. So that'd be for individuals convicted and request to move out. And number 4, implementation of substance abuse testing fees. It's a $10 test per month, per offender. We test approximately 7,700 individuals per year. These, and I want to be clear, these will only be sanctions. We're not going to run a popular prison. We're not going to be committing individuals into our institutions because of non-payment. That's not the intent. But the intent clearly is to teach responsibility to offenders. And in the process, I feel comfortable that next year at this time, we'll be able to support our 6 agents. Any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Nope. Let's continue.
Number 5 is elimination of 15-minute overtime for temperature checks. That's actually was what we missed the first time. It was through temperature checks, and it was coded to 3011, and that would have been at our Newcastle facility. Number 6, elimination of North Point. North Point is a risk and needs assessment tool that's being utilized. It's been utilized for years, and the cost is actually split between the prison operations and the field service operations in the sum of $60,276. What our field service was able to do, we actually found a cheaper instrument that does the same work for us. It's described as ORAS, it's ORAS, and that's from the University of Cincinnati. So we clearly can save over between the two $120,000. Item number 8 starts on page 24. This is regarding House Bill 31. We received approximately $320,000. And what we did was we were able to complete the training, the audit tools, and we're moving forward with the House bill. This won't affect, I feel comfortable, this won't affect the impact, but we had allotted double the amount for auditors, and with the work that's going to be performed, which would mostly be electronically, we feel comfortable we can do it with one auditor. And regarding number 9, House Bill 53, it's $440,000. We received only a few responses. At the time, we had 3 jails and treatment centers: Goshen, Uinta, and Johnston counties participated. We have our IOP, which is our intermediate outpatient 90-day jail sanctions. We have 3 signed up with the contract. Regarding COVID and PREA, our jail sanctions have been down somewhat, but basically, not basically, we have $440,000 we never spent. And we're completing the task. We're meeting the initiative of the House bill. Even if we complete the contracts, as I mentioned earlier, with the Goshen, Uinta, and Johnson, these are counties that have completed PREA compliance and met with our requirements. We're still not. I feel comfortable. We're not going to spend $440,000, and we're not going to run a bank. So that's why number 9 is on there. We're going to return the funds. Item number 10 is a long shot, Mr. Chairman. We pay $35,600 for our Newcastle facility. We're paying leasing fees to the state land board that's on school grounds. It's so convoluted, but it needs addressed. And I'm going to do my very best to work with state lands and see if we can switch to ground, whatever we can do. But that's a gamble there, but I felt comfortable. I can't see why we're paying for our facility on school grounds through state lands, $35,000 a year. So of all the items I mentioned, I feel confident. This one I don't feel as confident, but we'll do our very best to see if we can reduce that amount. Item number 11, it's the same as number 45. After looking at our numbers one more time, we lowered them $200,000, and that's over 3 ACC institutions. We have a $9 million contract, and that's what's allotted to our biennium, and we reduced a total of $2.4 million. Reduction for split sentencing by $400,000. We are allotted $1.7 million. We reduced that down to 1.3. That's funding for that the jails are utilizing for alternative sentencing. What we did was our administrator and field services went back 3 years. Someone mentioned earlier, if you build the institutions, they'll come. And it's my hope that we can work within our confines. And if I see it's going to affect the population next year, then I'll certainly report out. But at this time, I have to go off the data that we had, and we reviewed it for the past 3 years. And item number 13, which is on page 25, we reduce the therapeutic community. It's in our Casper. We have a contract for $9 million. We reduced that by 25 beds. As I mentioned to the co-chair Nicholas earlier, we can reduce that contract by $1 million because even if we keep it at 125, it'll keep the flow of our individuals back into our community, but we'll still have bed space available. And I don't see a necessity to pay that type of money when our needs are being met at this time. And the last item I have was item 14. We eliminated 6 vacant field service full-time positions. That's 3 agents, 3 support staff. That's in Cheyenne, Green River, and Casper. The support staff was from Douglas, Rollins, and Green River. That's in the amount of almost $746,000, 746,486. There's no doubt it's going to have an impact on us. These are vacant positions that we can offer up. However, you're spreading the supervision around. That is going to change a little bit. I think it was Representative Stiff asked how our sanctions are working in our justice reinvestment. Very similar to COVID. We're really not going to know, even though we're going to supervise through data-driven measures. We're really not going to know the impact until this COVID shakes out to see what potentially individuals under supervision have done for the past year. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my step 2 and 3, and I stand for questions.
Questions? Representative Schwartz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 things. First, Director Shannon, I want to apologize for any doubts I had about the efficiency of how you prepared your presentation, because it was great. But the real question on these supervision fees, is this something you will bring to the legislature for approval, or do you put this in by rule?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, it's my understanding that a bill will be submitted for these legislative change.
Great, thank you. There are some issues that come to my mind when I look at this, and as we're reviewing it, that'll be great.
Okay, and I welcome the review. I appreciate that. Thank you for the compliment.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yes, please.
So Dan, the biggest problem with your presentation is it seems it's too good to be true. So we look forward to your report when you come back to JAC next year. But thank you for what you've come up with, and we'll just hope that everything works out to your best. If we can help you, if you need help, just let us know.
Mr. Chair, Co-Chairman Nicholas, thank you. Thank you for the vote of confidence. You may think different of me next year, but I'm going to do the best I can for you. Thank you.
Well, Dan, to that, I would add, in addition to budgetary concerns, things, if there's fixes, bills, whether it's us or judiciary, that can help the system operate better. I'm just amazed at how many moving parts there are, and we know we can do better. The evidence nationally is that there's a lot of best practices that are out there. We just got to make sure that all the players throughout the state are A, aware of them, and B, educated on them, and hopefully C, they adopt them. You know, you can't do it. You can only do so much if the county attorney's not on board, or the circuit court judge is not on board, or the probation and parole agent's not on board. So let us know where we can help, either legislatively or just purely through moral suasion.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would request one small item. I have a family matter. It's very important. I have to address at the conclusion of this meeting. So if there's a callback on Monday, would the Department of Corrections be permitted to have an administrator respond?
Absolutely. Family always comes first.
Thank
yeah,
you,
we don't anticipate a callback then.
Okay, I think we're all done with Director. Oh, no, we're not. Representative Walters.
Director, could we get a copy of the notes you were speaking from? I was trying to take notes as we went, and I may have missed out, but as you were doing it, it was a great presentation, but I missed some of the details that are a little more abbreviated than what your full narrative is. Your notes were great.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, are you requesting notes on my initial comments or my tier 2 and 3 cuts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your tier 2 and 3 reductions, as you went through those 2 tables, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What if he's just got them scribbled onto little scraps of paper?
Take it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll let you decipher and then forward them to the rest of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'll have those notes submitted this evening.
Anything else for Mr. Shannon or Mr. Causey? All right, if
Dan,
not,
Dan, you can take out those comments like, I hope Senator Kinski doesn't ask any questions or anything like that. On the side notes.
all right. Well, listen, gentlemen and members of your staff, thanks for your time. Thanks for your work, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for letting me present today.
All right, you can go ahead and log off, and then I'll just turn to Don. Housekeeping wise, let's talk about what do we need to do today, and then we can talk a little bit about what's coming up in the week ahead.
Mr. Chairman, do we want to stop the feed, the live feed?
You think people don't want to hear our housekeeping?
Yeah, go ahead. We can go off the live feed.